Hello. What's up? That's all working. Cool. Oh, that reminds me of something. One moment, I gotta take a note. Actually, it's not a Gation port type of vibe today, I don't think. It's similar. Yeah, I think it's a Mount Battle. I think it's a Mount Battle type of day. Doo-doo. Bum 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 ba da ba da ba doo doo. What's up? Bum, bum. Delphi G Hercup Tiny Monkey. What up? God Dingoes Mike Brittany. Hello. Doo. I know you're used to me getting on and being like, oh man, it's gonna be a weird one, 'cause I didn't get a lot of sleep. Which, hey, I mean, get used to that sort of shit. I get chronically bad sleep. But I got some good-ass sleep this weekend. I got good sleep 2 days ago, last night. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling rested. It's very, very nice. What's up? Digging the background music? Me too. I think I'm just gonna... All of my background music from now on will just be Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. That shit slaps. First time properly being here. What's up, Fateful Flowers? Probably not going to be super active in chat, but hello. Hey, look, I always appreciate a lurker, because that's me. If you ever catch me in a live stream chat for a streamer, I am almost always going to be lurking. I'm not going to be that active, so I appreciate it. I feel like I'm on Destiny Isles in KH1. KH1. Kingdom Hearts. Yeah. I feel that. Proper sleep impossible. I know. It's crazy. Wait, let me check I have an app for it. Because isn't that the most disgustingly 2025 sentence? Don't worry, I've got an app for that. But last night I got like 8 hours. Fuck yeah. Yesterday night, so two sleeps ago, I got like 9 hours of sleep. Crazy for me. Actually insane. And I was asleep by like 1:13, which is pretty early for me. Not for lack of trying, mind you. I'm always in bed by like 12:30. But just can't get to sleep. So that's sick. I'm excited. What's up, Caleb? Excited for Tarian? Me too. I'm excited, and you know what? I thought a lot about the PvP, the PvP, the interaction, the hazing, all that. And I always have trouble with this. And I'm making some other things behind the scenes. And without leaking too much, I will say the topic of it was a different time has come up in some of the things that I have been making some content about. And I always struggle with how much to focus in on exceptional circumstances when talking about things. So when talking about them hazing Terry and talking about like their whole every interaction with Terry thus far, really. There is the underwriting exceptional circumstance of the way that Scanlon left, the way that Terry entered, all of the things around that, but also just the fact that since they started, this is the first real permanent character departure that was not like that the whole team didn't agree on, right? Because we had Orion, but that was like, that was something that no one talked about, right? And so there is this underwriting exceptionality to the entire situation. So it's weird to talk about. It's hard to be like, well, I wouldn't do X, Y, and Z. And it's like, well, okay, yeah, I still wouldn't. Like, the main thing that like tipped me off about the hazing with Terry is purely that it felt like so much like exterior emotion was driving it. And I'm hugely against like doing things or making decisions in game because of how you're like feeling about the player in that moment. But again, I have to, I have to take into account the underwriting exceptionality of like, this is an incredibly emotional and very unique situation that they're all in. Not even just like, oh, this is like, the first time that this sort of thing happens at a home table. It's not even like that. I mean, this is a character within and in a lot of their minds, a member of the cast of like this channel and this project that they've been building that is voluntarily stepping out and like stepping away. And like that is an emotion, and that is like a circumstance that no home table is going to be able to relate to in the same way. And so it's tough for me to know exactly how much to like. My default is ignore all of that. My default is ignore all of that and evaluate the actions that we can see just based on what they are. And I think that's a valid way to go about analysis and critique. But it is also an inherently incomplete way. Like, context is important, and I am explicitly ignoring context when I do that. So all said, with everything that has gone on with Terry thus far, my kind of, having thought about it longer sort of view is like, I'm excited to see where Terry's character goes. I hope it goes somewhere. I hope him and Vex continue to kind of develop their dynamic a little bit. I really hope, especially given that I didn't really think about it until someone mentioned like the weird love triangle between not actually love triangle, but the dynamic triangle between Terry, Vex, and Percy. Like, that's a really cool set of dynamics that I really hope they continue exploring. I really hope that Terry does get like explicit development and explicit arc. I wouldn't have I don't want to say I wouldn't have trusted Sam, but like I wouldn't have expected that to come from Sam before the Bard's Lament. But now I'm willing to see where he takes it. Because I hope that he can take it somewhere cool. And much like the Plane of Fire, where I'm just not going to worry too much about the fire giant and like the context around them getting the Dawn Martyr. Like, kind of much like that, I'm gonna kind of ignore the dynamics of how Terry came into the party, because not only were they, I think, acting with motivations that were largely out of fiction, but I also think that like those motivations are so exceptional that even saying like, oh, don't bring exterior emotions into the game, it's not like comparing apples to apples, but it's like comparing like a really big apple to like apples the size of peanuts. I don't know where this metaphor is going. But like their situation and the types of emotions they're bringing into this are so unique that it's probably not that applicable, or like there's not as much to take away for your own home table, just because the situation is so exceptional. Let's see. Is this going to be the normal Monday time? No. Well, I mean, Monday has been all over the place, really. I know you were still figuring it out, but is this the goal? Not an hour ago. No, 11:30 is the goal. If I'm being real straight up with what happened, I woke up at like 9:30 and I was like, wow, I'm still sleepy. And so I was like, I should get like as much sleep as I can. And then I kept doing that until about 11:20. And and so this was very on me. I basically just overslept. So no, this is not the goal. The goal is still 11:30, but Monday has definitely been a lot more kind of all over the place. Honestly, 12:30 might be a better goal now that I think about it, but I'm not going to put it at 12:30 yet. I'd like to do it at 11:30 if I can. But Monday is definitely more variable, I would say, than Friday. Wednesday's also pretty variable. I'd say Monday and Wednesday are going to be more variable than Friday. Because Wednesday is largely like, how quickly was I able to watch Age of Umbra and how quickly can I put together the presentation? And sometimes those things are both on Wednesday right before the stream. And then Mondays depend on what happened on Sunday. Where I'm like hanging out, as opposed to Thursday where I am just working. So I don't know. What's up? Screw our real life friend and coworker. That fictional character is our ride and die. Now, yeah. It's like comparing an apple with a big apple. Yeah, it's like comparing an apple that you eat with New York City. Yeah. Mega on the road, going to New York. Did learning that Terry's dad just wants dad's business change your opinion on his beatdown by Vax and Grog? I feel like it made it about 10% more deserved. No, because my fundamental problem with the hazing is the character's motivations around it. Like that, like I've obviously gone on about my like broad problems with PvP in Dungeons and Dragons, 5th edition specifically, but it's not really that they chose, or it's not specifically that they like chose violence or that they cold cocked him. You know, it is those things, but it's more what those things were motivated by. And Vax and Grog didn't know. You know, they didn't know that Terry just wanted his dad's business. Makes me think less of Terry, like, to be clear. it makes me think less of Terry as a person. But it doesn't change my view of what Vax and Grog did because they had no awareness of that. And in fact, once they learned that, they actually started going way softer on the boy. So I think Vax and Grog are like kind of on the opposite end of this from us. Oh, man. But it also, I will say, I also slightly rewatched that scene while I was doing the chapters. And to Vox's defense on them, like, kind of, and maybe we can even rewatch a little bit of it when we start. Do a little bit of Vox's defense. It does seem like, it seems like they focused a lot more on the daddy issues than I necessarily did. When I was first like hearing his explanation, I was like, ugh, gross. He's just doing it for for all of the toys, right? And then I kind of went on to have a more thorough like reaction and kind of prediction for where the arc is going to go. And with that, you know, kind of me processing it more and rewatching it a little bit afterwards, it does seem like the core of it is kind of still daddy issues. But he also separately wants, it seems like he kind of wants both. It seems like he kind of wants his daddy issues resolved and he wants all the toys. And like he has this desire that is, you know, we know is not ultimately going to satisfy him. Or maybe it would. Maybe he was, you know, enough of a shitbag that it would satisfy him for his entire life. But I think after experiencing real camaraderie and friendship, especially from a group like Vox, he is ultimately he is ultimately going to be unsatisfied with those material possessions, even if he gets them. I can see Grog doing it genuinely out of kindness. He liked Terry, Jumbo, and his cool stuff. His "Show Me What You Learned" seemed like Grog saw Terry as a babyface who wasn't ready and trying to be the mentor that Kern was to him. I think that's a fair... I think that's a rationale you can have. And obviously, I went through a whole rationale of like a potential Vax mindset that I can somewhat get behind. And this kind of reminds me of that. I think and this is like ultimately where it's like, look, this is a super exceptional case. I'm not gonna be too hard on him. I think the thing that kind of ruins this perspective for me is when Grog then like is like, oh, we gonna like finish this? Like, is like once everything is over and they're all accepting Terry, he's still gonna like beat him down further. Doesn't quite strike me as this, but also that was a very funny joke. And so that's ultimately like the tough part here is I think them wanting to test out Terry is yeah. But it is the entire situation is so tough because they have been meta joking for a while. I just think that Sam was meta joking way better. Like Terry in this episode and the previous one is doing a lot of meta jokes where he is the rube, he is the stupid one. Like when he is essentially demeaning Percy by saying that like he can't, you know, he wouldn't understand Doty. That is not Sam doing that because he's trying to get under Talison's skin, right? There's no way in which that I think, would get under Talison's skin because he knows that Sam clearly knows that Percy could understand Doty, right? And like in that joke and in that premise, Sam is setting up, hey, let's all point and laugh at my character, right? Let's all point and laugh at my character through these things that he's saying. When he calls Vex a little elf girl, yes, that is rude and demeaning, but also there is a dissonance where Sam, like a purposeful, like ironic dissonance, where Sam clearly knows that Vex is not a little elf girl. Like, Vex is a true blue badass. And Sam knows that, and Laura knows that Sam knows that. And so, again, it is setting up Terry as the rube, as the idiot, as the heel. And Sam is sort of, and that is like the punchline of the jokes. In a similar way that Scanlan often was, but they are all set up in a way that the individual members of Vox Machina can very in fiction react to how stupid Terry is. Like, they can all react to like, oh my God, this fucking imbecile. And there's a sense of like, oh, don't you know who I am? I think that's also maybe another reason that I kind of like it from Terry here, is that it's kind of, they're very used to people knowing who they are. And so I kind of like that little like gut check at them. Whereas all of the hazing stuff is not setting up any individual member of Vox Machina as the heel, right? As the rube. They're not, I mean, arguably they're setting up, you know, Vax and Grog are setting themselves up as the bad guy on the end of this meta joke, but it's not in a way of like, oh, this guy is just ignorant or this guy just is innocent. It is, oh, these are incredibly violent. These are incredibly violent individuals who, like, no matter how cleanly Vax was trying to knock Terry out, boy's trying to make him lose consciousness. Like, not to get into the whole Batman argument, but even if Batman doesn't kill people, he puts them into fucking temporary comas. It's still very violent and not like super hooray. And so I think that that's kind of like the difference between the two to me, is like, who are they kind of setting themselves up as? What is the joke? And all that sort of stuff. So like when Grog lifts his hand and is like, oh, like, are we gonna finish this? That is funny. Like, I don't wanna like mince words. That was a very funny moment. Like, no, Grog, God damn it, Grog, no. That's very funny. But the joke also sets up that Grog was, at the very least, going to try to make Terry lose consciousness after the battle was over, after he had just, like, basically, like, not only fully surrendered, but been like, I'm not cut out for any of this bullshit. Like, if we take that moment at all seriously, that's not cool for Grog to do. So we just can't take it seriously. In the same way, but in a different way than, like, we could take all of the Terry moments seriously. Like, all of the Terry-Vex interaction in Marquette, I can take all of that 100% seriously. Like, I don't need to suspend disbelief in the slightest to, like, fully buy into that conversation. I have to suspend disbelief a little bit for, like, Grog's action there. And so that is, like, ultimately kind of the difference between the two scenes for me. It's not necessarily the violence. It's, like, what the violence says about them. A bit. I'm here for fun, fun, fun. It's so funny that Vox Machina went from having an existential crisis about how they treat people with Scanlan to bullying this dude they just meet. That's, yeah, turning into a crazy dolphin. Yeah. And it is like I said, I ultimately, that's why I kind of just, I think, have to in terms of my advice segment, I kind of just have to say this is a super exceptional circumstance, because if I take it too seriously, within the context of the fiction, it doesn't speak well of Vox Machina. And there's lots of things that don't speak well of Vox Machina, but I think this is I don't want to say it's the worst, but it is the most directly just fundamentally amoral, just treating strangers as if they're playthings in a game you're playing with your friends. And so, I don't think that's a good thing, but I also recognize, again, it's exceptional circumstances. Yeah. Is a flaw Sam put in very intentionally, a false belief he'll have to grow out of? I hope so. I'm really, really hoping so. Yeah. There's a universe where Grog's love language is violence. I'm just not sure it's this one. There's a universe. Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those jokes in story that kind of sacrifices characterization for humor. Yes, which, I mean, honestly, I need to write that shit down. Oh my God. Wait 1 second, turning into a crazy dolphin. Let me just talk amongst yourselves really quick. Note from stream. Did you just pitch my entire thesis for Scanlan pre-Kaylee? Sacrifices characterization for humor. That's I'm always, if you've watched Critical Eyes long enough, that I struggle to put things concisely. And I think that's an incredibly concise way, I should put it back up, to describe my entire problem with early Scanlan and my problem with this hazing scene. Yeah, it sacrifices characterization for humor. Yeah. And it doesn't, and I don't think characterization needs to be sacrificed for humor. I think all of Terry, all of the way that Sam has been playing Terry, has really not sacrificed characterization anyway. In fact, it's done the exact opposite. The humor has only served to build the characterization of Terry. Yeah. Also, the PCs are performed by fellow Gen Xers who grew up in an era where hazing and college Greek system was expected status quo. That is true. And hazing was very different back then. At least from my understanding of it, from people in Gen X that I've spoken to. So even our colloquial conception of hazing is very different for my generation. I think of hazing and I have an extremely negative reaction to it. And I know that if I talk to my dad, my dad was in frats. I was not. I was GDI till I die, brother. Which, if you don't know, GDI is this is advice. If any of you are in college, I don't think any of you probably are. I have a much older skewing audience. But if you're independent, you're not in a frat, and some frat guy asks you what frat you're in, GDI. I don't know if it still works, but GDI is a good one. Goddamn independent. Even if you tell them what it stands for afterwards, if they ask what it stands for and you tell them, they laugh. It works every time. I used to designate a drive for frats. I don't know if I've told this. story on stream before. But I had like 3 or 4 friends that were all in frats, and I was not, and I had no interest in rushing or in being in a frat. And but I did like to drink alcohol. So, yeah, we set up a deal of sorts where I would DD for these frats, and like I would like meet the like frat mom, and like all of the frat guys, like all of the members knew me and they knew my car. And so then I would like on a night where they're having a party, I would sit outside the house. And then when like girls or people are coming out and need to get taken home, because it's a dangerous thing to just like get in a car that says they're a DD. And so I was like unofficial DD, where they would be like, oh yeah, go and get in that car, like we know that guy, he'll take you home. And that's what I would do. And then they would pay me in liquor. They would pay me in alcohol. I wouldn't drink, obviously. I was the designated driver. But then like at the end of the night, when they're like cleaning up the party and it's like done taking people home, they would just like load up the back of my car with like a couple extras that like people didn't drink at the party. It was sick. It was a great system. It was way safer for the people attending those parties. It was a good situation for me, and it like got me in good with a lot of the guys. Anyways, that was a whole side tangent. But yeah, even those types of things. I still have a pretty extremely negative view of hazing. Yeah. Anywho, Megalore to our World Anvil page. Yeah, you guys got a World Anvil page for Megaphone Man lore. Yeah, were you one of those golf cart drivers? I was not a golf cart. I was just my car, my personal vehicle. But yeah, we don't have that fraternity thing in Italy. That's fine. That's very fine. It's you're not gonna hear me speak very highly of the Greek system. No offense meant to any individual person that went through it. I know tons of people that are that went through the fraternity system and sorority system. They're great. Not a fan of the system. That I be their friend for free. Yeah. The concept of frats is so weird to me. I'm Swedish, but most things about how American colleges work are weird. Look, I fully get it. I recently heard Doug talking about like his college experience and talking about how he was a frat guy, which honestly makes sense. But he was like, yeah, like I just like couldn't find anyone that I connected with. I couldn't like basically find friends. And like then I met these guys in a frat and like we really connected and we really clicked and like I joined that frat and I was like, yeah, you know what, that's a track, that's a line that makes sense to my brain. I have been somewhat blessed and cursed in that I have always been the type of person that not only doesn't need a lot of friends, but actively desires less but closer friendships. I am someone that it really stresses me out to have like a very wide social web. My mom has a very wide social web. My mom's a social butterfly, you might say. And I have never been like that. And I was fortunate to go to college with several very close friendships. I lived with a very close friend of mine the first 2 years. And then I very quickly made very close friends that were just like on my floor in my dorm. And I had some from high school still. So I was very fortunate that I did not feel that sort of pressure. And I can fully understand that if you did feel that sort of pressure, or there's a myriad of other reasons you might want to rush, but not for me personally. As someone who tried to apply to an American college, it was strange. American colleges are weird. Although, to be fair, I say that I have no real concept of like the major differences between colleges outside of the U.S. and colleges in the U.S. other than like the financials of it all. But I'm not quite entirely. I don't have a good grasp of how like the actual experience differs between the US and other countries. And it's also, I will also say, the college experience also wildly differs in the US. Like, people might reasonably refer to trade school as college. It doesn't happen often, but I have heard it happen, especially when I lived in Kansas. Community college is an incredibly different experience than like state college, which is very different from private. And even like community college, like, is it a polytechnic? Is it a junior college? There's just a lot of different categories of higher education in the U.S. And I think one of the U.S.'s biggest problems is that, and I don't know if this is a global thing or not, I just know it is a thing in the U.S., is that the 4-year, like, full-blown thing is considered like the default now. I was really happy with my friend group in high school because we had several members of my friend group go to community colleges just to save money and because it made sense. And no one in the friend group was mean about it. And that is not always the case, which really sucks. Sometimes junior college is like very much like derided and like seen as like lesser college. And that sucks, bro. That really, really sucks. Given that it's one of the most affordable ways to get an education, to get higher education, in the US. So I was really happy when my friend group was all like very supportive of the people that did go to JUCO. And I got some JUCO credits. I went to JUCO over the summer to try and get ahead. So it's that was a cool part of my experience. But then when I went and talked to people later, I definitely saw that like the JUCO kind of derogatoriness is still alive and well, which sucks. Greek system USC used to be a good way for housing and social when my parents did it. Yeah, it's changed a lot. That would be Gamma Delta Iota? Probably. I can't recall any houses that had the I. Because I know, like, Fiji. But I actually don't know what letters Fiji stands for, honestly. I don't know if it's FIGI. It might be. What else do I even remember? I remember Pike. I remember PKE. No, PKE is like a disease. Delta, Delta, Delta. How can I help you? Uh-oh. That's a sorority. I loved Delta, Delta, Delta. Tri-Delt. My foreign understanding of frats is a group of which white rich kids that live in a mansion, drink alcohol, commit SA, and kill people while drunk driving and get murdered in horror movies. That's what they do in movies. No clue about the real ones. I mean, that is what you would gather from movies, and there are certainly frats that fit that bill, but then there are also a lot of frats that are very different from that. It is a, for, the general shade that I've been laying down right now. It's a wildly diverse ecosystem in terms of just like what even exists. The same like Tridelt on, that's a sorority, not a fraternity, but Greek system. Like a Tridelt on one campus is going to be incredibly different from Tridelt on a different campus. A Fiji on one campus is going to be incredibly different from a Fiji on another campus. So even like knowing like, oh, they're from that fraternity is not really enough to tell. But I think my negative view of it started out really early. I had a friend. Ooh, I'm trying to debate how much to tell about this. Okay, I'm going to change up some details because this is a story that people could reasonably look up and like potentially figure out some personal information about me. But I had a friend. We'll call him what will we call him? We'll call him Squire. He had a weird name, and this is about as close as I can get to it. I had a friend in high school. We'll call him Squire. Incredibly good dude. Like, really nice, well beloved by all. I don't think you could have found someone in our high school to say a bad word about this guy. And he goes to college, and he rushes. And during a hazing thing, someone slips some extreme drugs. I'm not going to say the specific one. But some extreme drugs into his drink on purpose as like a hazing thing. And Squire went back to his dorm, high off these things, but not, knowing it, obviously. He slips out of the party, goes back to his dorm, knocks on his door so that his roommate will let him in, and someone else answers the door. And he freaks out, thinking that someone is in his room. And he like claws out their throat, and like does like severe damage to their like entire like neck area. And it turns out he had the wrong room. It was just that person's room. And they obviously sued the house. But like, basically his entire life was ruined. Unfortunately, reasonably so. And the person that answered the door was like, from my understanding, was like very understanding about it, and like also blamed the fraternity. But like, yeah, it ruined the guy's entire life. Like, one of the nicest dudes in the world got just like basically poisoned. And did something really terrible while poisoned. And he had to accept the consequences of it. So, and that happened maybe 3 or 4 months into me being in college. So that really soured my opinion on the whole system after that. So I don't want to, let my sour opinion sour y'all's opinion too much. That's obviously an exceptional circumstance, but like, I was friends with that dude. If I had gone to the college he went to, which I was considering, we were talking about rooming together. Like, this was like a buddy of mine. They ruined his life as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. So yeah, how do you claw out someone's throat? I am leaving out some details in order for it to be harder to find. The story. It makes more sense with some details that I left out, but yeah. Did severe. Thank goodness also, to my understanding, the person recovered. But yeah. Even if literally nobody else blamed the kid, that kid is provably going to blame themselves for the rest of their life. Oh, I know that they do. Yeah. So so that is a real baseline of my mindset. To just put my bias on the table, it's a pretty large bias. But one more reason to hate enchantment magic, bro. I mean, dude, my college roommate, also one of my best friends, then and now, is totally straight edge, and I have talked at length about how I like to drink. And he is totally straight edge, and I remember I never really asked him about it in high school because like it just like most of my friends were straight edge in high school. But then in college I was like, so like what, like why? Like what's going on? And he was basically like, yeah, I just don't like the loss of control. Like, I don't like feeling like out of control of my actions. Even if I'm confident I won't do anything that I will regret, I just don't like the feeling of it. And I was like, yeah, hey, fair enough. Like, that feeling does not bother me. But if it did bother me, oh my God, I would never drink. So I was like, yeah, that's incredibly fair. Huh. And yeah, I bring that up because, yeah, enchantment magic, bro. Making you do things you might not otherwise do. That's the exact reason I don't drink. It's an incredibly reasonable reason. Yeah. Anyways. Oh, wait, I remember I asked about European and like worldwide stuff and then didn't read any of those. You apply to the major you're studying, not the whole school itself, and most classes are assigned to that course of study. A bachelor degree is only 3 years full time. Okay, so it's more focused. It's not as much of like, because we also have, there's like liberal arts schools versus not liberal arts schools, and like not liberal arts is more like, it sounds like what you're describing. But like liberal arts is more of like the overall cohesive higher ed, where you have to like take like some what they call like gen eds, which are like general education. Like I had to take biology, even though I was nowhere close to needing that. Yeah. Most people enrolled in college should not be, but are forced to by social norms and end up in crazy debt working in retail. Yup. Oh yeah. Dude, I got big beef with the college system in America. You don't even need to get me started. But yeah, I totally agree. I think social norms, like I think people very reasonably point out a lot of like policy stuff and a lot of bad things, but like I have maybe a somewhat controversial opinion that I think it was a bad thing when the government started giving out student loans for like higher ed, because it really enshrined the 4-year college as like the track. Like it really reinforced that set of social norms when you could essentially get like, you know, a 0 interest loan for that sort of thing specifically. And that really enforce the social norms in a really bad way. And now like we have really like underrepresentation under enrollment in trade schools, less people going to junior colleges. Yeah, I think the social norm of go to a 4-year college is one of the worst social norms in America. And there's a lot of bad ones, in my personal opinion. But yeah, the trials for sorority, that is true. My college sorority right now, and I will give you an extra point on your AOU PowerPoint. Bro, I don't even know most of the college sororities. Let's see. American sororities. There was one other beyond Tri-Delt that I can't remember. Well, my mom was a Gamma Phi. And I had a really good friend that was not in Tri-Delt, but I can't remember what she was in. Alpha, Gamma, Delta, Alpha, Kappa, 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 Kappa. Is Tri Kappa thing Phi Delta? Phi Delta Theta sounds recognizable. I'm gonna go Phi Delta Theta for you, Crazy Smith. I have very little inbuilt opinions on sororities though, so that is based off of basically nothing. Oh man. My school had frats like that. Also, ones that were for specific minority groups or specific ethnic backgrounds. Yep, that absolutely happens. There's also college or major specific frats. Like there was an engineering only frat that was more of a study group, essentially. Yeah. Oh wait, that was the main reason why I didn't drink till I was in my mid-20s. Yeah. The Champ Magic is the best school, and no one is forcing me to say this. I don't drink because it tastes like piss and makes me feel bad. Also fair. I've been drinking way less than I used to. I've probably had a bottle of wine total over the past month, which for reference, I used to have at least a bottle a week, more often 2 or 3 in my early 20s. So a bottle a month is way down for me. And it's mostly because I like the way that wine tastes specifically, and I just haven't been buying wine because it's hard on your voice. A lot of the aspects of wine are specifically hard in your voice in addition to the alcohol. And it also I can't come on stream hungover in the same way I used to be able to go into my other job hungover. Best take I have ever heard you have. Bad social norm, man. Really terrible. I think it was reasonable for the gov not to foresee the problems. Yes. Oh, I also agree with that. I think well-intentioned policy. But has definitely become a problem. It is kind of like an anniversary. You're right. The few times I drink, it's something that's strongly flavored, although that enough that it overwhelms the alcohol flavor. I don't enjoy the feeling enough to bother most of the time. Yeah. Phi Mu. I don't even know if we had Phi Mu at my college. Yeah. Do Americans study in high school and college? Because that's a trope. In my Russian college, there were no such things, mainly because students had more important things to do. It depends. And this is the real. It depends on what high school, what college, and what classes. So I certainly had to study. And my friend in mechanical engineering certainly had to study. But when I was in ROTC, there was a guy that was about to graduate. So he was really, he was far along in the track. And he was a fashion design major. In Air Force ROTC, and I was like, holy shit, cool. Fuck yeah, man. Pitching the norms. I'm into that. And I was like, why would you ROTC? Oh, ROTC is Reserve Officer Training Corps. So it's one of the ways to go into the US military. I was in Air Force ROTC, if you didn't know. So when I graduated college, if I had stayed in the program, I would have graduated and immediately received a commission into the Air Force as an officer. I was medically DQ'd, so I did not. But, and so anyways, I asked the guy, why fashion design? I was like, have you, and I was coming at it from the perspective of like, oh, have you always been into fashion design? And like, I was in theater in high school, so I wasn't really expecting to find someone with like any amount of commonality in that sort of area in ROTC. And he was like, oh, like, he was like, I'm kind of into fashion design. He was like, it's like a cool creative challenge and whatever. He's like, but honestly, it's just incredibly easy. And I was like, oh. And he was like, yeah, I like did an elective in it, and like it was the easiest school I had ever done. And so I like looked into the major more, and I eventually just switched to the major because I'm going to commission into the Air Force, and he was going to be I think he was going to be like an AWACS pilot or something like that. He was, or maybe a technical radar officer, something like that. Something where your degree super did not matter. And so he was like, look, all I have to do is graduate. All I have to do is get a degree. So I just went with the degree that was the easiest for me to get. And I was like, fair enough. So for him, not at all. He did not have to study a lick. And there's a classic, like I was in computer science. A lot of the people that I worked with in IT were in what's called MIS, which is Management Information Systems. And it was like a very like, kind of like rivalry sort of beef, like a fake fun one. And it was always a thing of like the MIS was in the business school and computer science was in the engineering school. And so it was like a thing that like, oh, MIS don't have to study. They don't have to work hard, whatever. So big depends. It also like in high school, it depends on like, are you in honors? Are you in AP? Are you, there's just a lot of variance to it. I did not learn how to study in high school, and it really fucked me up in college. I am also with you. It depends on like how much your school makes you learn how to study, how much they just like test you. Because I was incredibly good at taking tests, even if I didn't study. Like I'm just good at taking tests, like regardless of the subject matter. And so tests were not a good way to test my knowledge. Projects were a much better way. And my college program was much more project oriented, and my high school was much more test oriented. And so I did not learn how to study either in high school. And when I got to college, it did really mess with me. Yeah. Lots of Megalore today. A little bit. Yeah. Mega being a theater kid. Yeah. Yes, sir. I said I didn't like to taste. They say to mix it or drink unpoisoned soda that doesn't have the dreaded alcoholic aftertaste. That's how I feel about coffee. I'm with you on this. I feel the exact same way about coffee. I was also medically DQ'd for military service. Oh, there you go. Apparently you need to be able to read the biggest letters on the vision board from 5 meters away. But I didn't want to do it. It was mandatory. Oh. I think I've told this story on stream before, but it's been a long time, so I'll go quick on it because we're almost at ads. Oh my God, we've been just chatting. I had multiple back tumor surgeries, but I was also very depressed. I have depression. Like it's just something I've had my whole life. And like I obviously go in and out of like more depressive episodes or zones. And in high school, that's kind of where it first started. And I was getting my not Dodmerb. Or no. I think my Dodmerb. Which is like a medical evaluation when you're going deeper in to ROTC. And when I was talking to the Dodmerb guy, like the doctor that was doing it, we were just kind of shooting the shit while we were waiting for my urinalysis to come back. And we were talking about like mental illness and like, diagnostic screening methods and like just like, oh, like, it's like the clinical diagnostic criteria has changed for certain mental illnesses and et cetera, et cetera. And I mentioned that I had had depression in high school, and
Ads incoming, take cover.
Ads incoming, take cover. And that I had never gone and gotten like an official diagnosis, or I had never gotten official help, but I was really lucky because I had this great support system and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. However, on my pre-evaluation like form that I filled out, I had checked a box that said I had basically never been like diagnosed with any sort of mental illness or disorder, which I hadn't. But he basically took that against my form as me contradicting myself, and DQ'd me. And one of the NCOs, which are the non-commissioned officers, was retiring right around the time that all this was happening. And so the paperwork notification that I got DQ'd. What's up? All right, we're gonna get into the Vox Machina. Let me just really quickly set an alarm because I put a sody pop into the freezer because it's room temperature. And I want to go and get it, but I can only leave it in there for like half an hour or else it'll explode. So we've got a timer. Okay, all right. Let's see. All right, 213, to 351. Or to 345, I should say. Let's do it. I'm going to rewind very slightly just to see, because, see them offering him wine and such. And we will get going.
He has won us over.
Oh, that is quiet.
Would you like a beer?
No, I don't drink beer.
Would you like a glass of wine?
Yes.
We have wine. We have a lot of wine. Some of it is quite good.
Really?
Really?
Because the stuff we had in Ankara was really gross. I didn't want to say anything, but
No, we know it was gross.
it was really gross.
Yes.
It had no terroir.
Sometimes we must sacrifice.
Do you have any wine
For
in
the
your bag
adventure.
of holding?
No!
We have wine.
I know, I just wanted to taste his wine.
Oh, that's
I don't have
fair.
any wine.
So has Dodie been in any fights? or-
Sorry.
Which, for the record, you now look over and Dodie has been writing all this down.
You are the worst person.
That's right.
No, why?
Don't
Just pause for now.
No. God, dude, I need to clip that, bro. That's a gif and a half right there. Wait, let me just. That needs to be like my sub notification is what that needs to be.
Jody! No, why?
Insert person's name here. No, why? That shit's sick, dude. I love Dodie. It seems like we all love Dodie.
Just pause for now.
No, but seriously, was he your nanny? It's okay if he was, I just want to know.
I mean, honestly, we'd like
you more,
Yeah, we like you more
fuck-ups. We're a
now.
family of fuck-ups, so you
if
want to
you're
know
honest.
Dodie is my best friend. My only friend. Because he listens to me and understands me. And at night, when I play my characters, he plays with me. I play combat, and I pretend to be some of the characters I've read about, and he pretends to be the others.
I'm gonna kill him.
That's really wonderful. So you want to be an actor?
That's cool, man.
No, I want to be a hero, and I just haven't had the chance yet, because my father says that I should just be focused on taking over the family business, learning financial things, and learning how to shake down a customer, and I'm so much more than that.
No, there are other ways of being a hero than being an adventurer. There are a lot of ways you could be a hero.
Tell me one.
You could be a philanthropist.
Yeah. People who spend a lot of their earnings and people who are more privileged like you who help people in less privileged
There
places.
are many ways to help people in need.
Do they write books about philanthropy?
A lot of times they do.
Never.
Yeah. People generally like them.
But the stories I've read of adventure and daring do and bravery,
Much cooler.
much cooler.
Less boring.
Jumbo gets it.
I promise you, none of their dads leave the adventurers money to their daughters. It's always to the sons.
So first of all, I like to suggest a mantra. I don't know if you've ever tried it. It helps for me. It has in the past. Fuck your dad. That's one.
Well,
Well,
you know what I mean. You
Yes.
fucking
You could have me,
third-grade
you could have me or any of you killed.
We'll see. The other thing is, you've done the impossible.
Which is?
Well, I've taken a shine to you for some reason. Do you wanna shake off the child's play and do the real thing?
Very much.
The truth is, you never stop being afraid. Being brave doesn't mean you stop being afraid. It means you learn to compartmentalize it. And you just live with it. So that feeling you're feeling, you're not going to lose that.
Okay, but how will I survive in battle?
Well,
Healing potions, like people we look out for each
hide
other.
behind your giant
friends.
robots.
Yeah, this guy absorbs damage, so stick by him.
Stay clear. If what you
Behind
do
him
is cast spells,
Yeah.
don't get up in the fray.
I can cast spells and so can Vex here. It's through my antlers. So respect the antlers.
I do. They look very powerful.
Respect.
Something about your eyes make me feel ashamed.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
That is a new one.
Let's go get a drink. What is he
This guy,
we're getting into shame and we're sober. I think something must be done about it.
We got him so close to the brink, right?
I feel like, okay.
Shouldn't we just introduce him to the deep end so he can say he's been there and then we bring him up?
What, like knock him unconscious?
Yeah.
Please don't.
No, it really, there's something to be said
Why don't
for
we
it.
do it with wine?
yeah,
We could do a
yes.
little
Yeah,
little
first
role play exercise like in your stories.
We have a magnificent library.
If you really
Do?
Oh, yes.
Oh, God.
If you really okay, full disclosure.
Time we had another nerd.
Full disclosure, Terry. There aren't many damsels you have to rescue in the wild.
Oh.
I've learned mainly because mainly women in the world have to be tougher. So that doesn't happen very often. But
Alright.
if you want,
Yes.
we can make pretend and do a little thought exercise.
Oh?
And I'll pretend to be in distress, and you can rescue me if that'll make you feel better.
Yeah. He just had to vanquish me.
Yeah, but you have to vanquish Grog.
Yeah, all right, let's go get drunk then.
Okay.
We really haven't had a barn burner since we got back from the big do, you know? I mean, we should get your sister, we should get Sean, we should get Alora and Kima, and anyone who's in town.
Let's have a good drink.
Yeah.
And in the morning, we'll set off on the next leg of idiocy.
Yeah, you know, Terry, there's something you don't really know about. I mean, it's really complicated. It's hard to explain to you, you're an outsider, but we have just lost someone very dear to us. It's very complicated. You know, and maybe we're dealing with shit that is hard, so I'm sorry if we pushed you too hard. I think, you know, there was benefit to be had from what just happened, but we're in a shitty head state. Dear friend is gone, so apologies.
I understand. I haven't really experienced loss of that type before. I mean, but I want to understand, and I thank you for your honesty with me and for not holding back. And did I at least cause you some harm in the battle?
Yes.
I thought you would go down in one shot, and you were still standing.
It was pretty weak, actually.
I still feel a little ill.
Yeah. And look, you singed a little of my hair.
That's good, right? Yeah. All right.
To be fair, we've killed dragons. So the fact that you actually managed to hold together is actually quite impressive.
I mean, clearly we've been fucking with you a little bit, but you have ability and skill, and that's not bullshit.
Yeah, and the rest just fake it till you make it, yeah?
Yeah, that will.
I didn't see any of it, so I'm not sure.
It was really great. It was really great.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you all. I'm sorry for deceiving you before. And I promise to do better and to aid you in whatever way I can. Please teach me your ways, and I will learn what I can.
Oh man.
Did you build Dottie?
For heaven's sake, yes. I did.
I believe him. I believe him.
That's
Let's
all I...
open him up and figure out if
Please,
he's
no,
lying.
no.
Grog. Stop.
It's all right. It's all right. Let's go get drunk.
Yeah.
That's all we do.
Yeah.
All right, I hang back just a little bit to collect myself. Just try to dry my eyes, and I say to Dodie, just delete most of that last chapter. And take this down. The battle a draw, Tyrion decided it was better to lie than tell the truth, and embarked on a new adventure, pretending to be their humble intern, when in actuality, they were working for him. End of chapter.
I love it.
Get him to the deep end.
As Dodie follows you, you guys make your way into the castle. Wine bottles are brought about, and a raucous evening of drinking is easily found. The barber you're looking for, Sean is able to be mustered. Jarrett, Kima is still back at Iman, and actually Allura is in town briefly to retrieve Pike. And as Pike comes in, she kind of goes, "Hi. Apparently there's still a lot of recovery that's needed in Iman, and they need kind of an all-hands-on-deck circumstance for anyone who's trained in healing. So I may have to go help with that for a little bit, if that's okay."
Oh man.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, don't go to any crazy hell places without me. Let me know before that happens,
No,
please.
Oh, right.
we would never.
That's exactly what they're planning on doing.
No, Terry, what did we say about
They
lying?
just said that they're taking me to the hell or something like that.
We won't,
decided
obviously, if
to
you don't
go
want
a
us
little
to,
softer.
Pike.
We're figuring it out.
I mean, try and at least let me know.
Pike, I have to eventually go visit the water shari, but I didn't want to do
Yeah.
that without you.
It's fine, go. I mean, I don't know much help other than just getting you there, but there's plenty of people that can, helm a ship and get you across the sea.
Is there any advice you can give?
Hire a good crew. Really. I was but one of many, and everything I learned from watching other people. You might learn more than I did.
All right.
Okay?
Okay.
Pike. I step away with it.
Yeah.
How are you? I mean, you're heading off to Amon right after Scanlan left. Does this have anything to do with him?
I can use the distraction, to be honest. You'll be fine. I mean, it's all tying up loose ends. And I'm more needed helping people that really need what I can do right now.
I understand.
It won't be long. They're gathering a lot of great healers. I know Keeper Yenen's coming along, and we're
Oh,
gonna
good.
be doing some real good.
All right.
Might even bring the love of my lady to a few people. Her light can definitely heal a lot of wounds and spirits, so.
All right. I give her a big hug, and I whisper in her ear, "You don't always have to put on a brave face, dear."
She pulls back from you and kind of pats you on the side of your face. Yeah, I do. And she smiles and turns around and kind of puts her hand out, and Allura takes her hand. I'll be ready.
Wait, bye-bye.
She lets go of Allura's hand, runs up real fast, and just slugs you in the face, and then jumps into your arms.
Yeah.
No.
You go be a monster and you heal all the people.
I will.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Bye. She turns around and runs back to Allura.
I got harder, man.
Pretty good.
After Yenin is summoned forth, the three of them vanish into a swirl of arcane energy towards the direction of Iman.
First one goes, then the other.
She'll be back.
We're gnomeless.
Gnomeless.
Was that your girlfriend, Jumbo?
What'd you say?
Was that your girlfriend?
We just got good.
Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to catch up.
That's fair. That's
Let me see
fair.
your hand.
It's a fair question.
My hand.
Yeah, hold your hand out.
My hand?
Yeah, put it in mine.
Please don't kill me.
Aw.
That was a good exercise in restraint, Grog. Proud of you.
Come here, tell me more about your father.
He's really a rotten guy.
Yeah.
He does these unfair deals. Nobody knows about them but me, and I try to tell him to play on the up and up, but he's just a liar and a cheat. And
Let's drink up, by the way.
oh, thank you.
So how long have you been set forth on your little mission to prove yourself worthy?
Month and a half.
Welcome aboard the proving yourself train.
I hired a band of mercenaries to assist me for the first month.
Did you really get them killed?
No, they left me.
Can I insight check him?
Yeah.
Oh.
Natural 20.
Truth.
All right.
Is that your real name?
Yes, it is.
Thought you would have made a shitty name like that one up.
Tyrion Gary Darrington.
Wow, your dad really is an.
Oh wait, actually, let's check because I was about to put it into chat, but I want to make sure that it works for you guys. Exclamation point! Check playback speed. I believe should work if you want to check the playback speed, and I want to make sure it works for you guys and not just me.
Yes, he is.
How's your sister, at least? Is your sister reasonable?
She's the fucking worst.
Oh, no.
Yes, she's such a jock. She just does push-ups and sit-ups and pull-ups all day and all night and beats on me. She's younger than me, but she's so much stronger.
What's her name?
Her name is... I wrote this down.
What's my sister's name?
Marianne.
Marianne.
Marianne Darrington.
Marion Darrington.
Marion Darrington.
My father, Howard.
He is the worst person.
And my mom, Maria.
Is Marianne older or younger than you?
Younger.
Is she married?
No, she's not a married Marion.
She's a maid Marion.
She's a maid Marion.
No, maid Marion Barrington.
She's all focused on the business and taking it over when Dad's ready to retire.
Then she'll be a maid Marion. I may be drunk.
Was
That's
there anything good about your upbringing? Any positive points?
Yes. Yes, I learned so much. I was left to my own devices for hours on end. I traveled the world in literature, and I experienced such great adventures, tales of history and fiction, and for most of my life, I was just a happy-go-lucky kid in my room, reading my books and making up characters that I would fight against, and only recently have things gotten pretty bad with Dad, since I'm now of age to take over the business. And
At the early age of 28.
well, he's getting up in years.
Yeah.
Wants to retire to the southern villa.
This is such a dark mare. This is a very dark mare.
I'm concerned. I'm sorry, I'm confused, Terry. That was a Freudian slip. Why does your father think it's important to have brute strength and combat experience to run a business?
It's less about strength and more about a cutthroat attitude. Take no prisoners. Hold back nothing. Pull no punches.
Are you sure your father's a real estate agent?
To be honest, he doesn't take me along with him to many business deals, but he has great influence over many places and cities and important people, and I don't exactly know the ins and outs of the business, but I do know that he is ruthless and a bastard, if you ask me truthfully.
What's your
Literally?
No, I mean, we had a grandfather, so I think he's not really a bastard. I think. I don't know. What do you mean?
I mean, what do I mean? What do I mean? I mean, was he the offspring of...
He has a father.
I'm sure he does. Was he married to the mother?
I think so. They were around a lot.
So you mean shithead?
He's an asshole.
All right.
Yes.
It's a long walk to get to
That was a long-
shithead.
that was
There's a lot of backstory here that you're not privy to.
What's your father's name?
Howard.
Howard Darrington.
Do you
Show him your tattoo. I'm just sort of curious. I just had a thought.
My tattoo.
So your
What? The
Oh, no,
Slayer's
it's
take? Or that's a fucking keyleth palm at this point.
I removed
That's not
it.
gonna
did.
I burned it off.
You're gonna make me draw it. That's fine. So does this? I'm gonna just assume I'm doing the clasp logo. Does this look at all familiar? I have the clasp logo.
Yeah. It does not.
Hashtag clasp.
Hashtag clasp.
Interesting.
No, but you're all literate? You can read and write?
Most of us, yes.
Wow. I haven't met many of you in my travels that have...
We even have a library.
That's amazing.
Big one.
Yeah, I mean he's particularly brainy. You guys have a lot in common.
We have a quite a nice.
I mean, there's a lot of differences between the two of you, but you have a lot in common.
Really?
Yeah.
horrifyingly, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a bit of a reader growing up.
Oh.
Yes, non-fiction and non-fiction. A bit of everything. I was.
Perhaps we can compare books later.
I will happily show you my library.
This,
Yeah,
this excites me.
Stop smiling. At
You
that.
can teach him the art of nerd chic. Person.
He seems to be well built for it.
You know, Percy's a bit of a tinkerer himself as well.
I do. Right? Yes,
Yes.
I've built a few things.
That piece of equipment you showed to that weirdo earlier today, the thing with the handle.
Yeah.
Did you make that?
I didn't make that, but I did make this one, and I pull down the folded, ridiculous,
Bad news contraption.
bad news. Yeah.
What
I keep
break?
pulling up Grog's mugs.
What does that do?
It fires. It takes these, and I pull out a musket ball, and it fires them at great speed, in whatever direction I like.
That is
Very dangerous.
sexy.
Thank you. It's
Sexy.
very dangerous.
It's very sexy.
Thank you. I
Wow.
think so.
And did you make this by yourself?
I did. This took about 6 months, 7 months. I mean, I've been thinking about it for quite a while. I'm working on a few others too, but this is kind of the definitive. Yeah, this is when we were all
Built it on our little summer vacation.
on the last time we took a break.
Is the propellant part of this piece right here, or is it in that big piece right there?
No, it's in
Or is
this
it magical?
It's not no, it's not magical at all. Everything on this is purely physical. No magic involved whatsoever.
Oh.
Yes.
What do you make of all this?
That's
got this.
impressive.
This
Showing the mechanism off. So.
nerd talker.
I think it's great.
Yeah. What do you think of the new guy?
Oh, yeah, he's weird.
I mean, he's
don't know.
not Scanlon.
No.
No.
Nobody is.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. 1 second. I forgot. I owe you some money, don't I?
Yes, you do.
The adventure was 50,000, correct?
Yes, it was.
I think I had a good adventure today, and I didn't die. So, minus the prismatic spray, that's 6,000 gold taken off. Minus the wear and tear on my armor and equipment, that's another 5,000 taken
Darling,
off.
this wasn't part of the deal.
Minus the fact that I wasn't the star of the adventure, I'll have the rest of it. Do you have a tax ID or some sort of tax exempt status?
Wait, you need to be the lead character in your death taunting? Is that what you're telling us?
I'm just trying to find out how much I actually owe you.
No contract stipulations when we made the deal, therefore you pay full price.
I'm a
darling.
man of business and I always follow the law. So by my calculations, 20% federal taxes, 9.5% local and city taxes. I put that at about 11,000 gold total left still. Doty,
Technically, she is tax exempt.
write a check.
A check.
She
course.
is tax exempt.
What?
How is she
saw
tax
those
exempt?
coins.
How is she tax
I saw those
exempt?
She's a baroness.
Make it 16.
Thank you.
My father will pay that in
Oh,
full.
dear Lord.
We can put it in the treasury, technically.
Did he just give us an IOU?
What about all the jingly jangly in your bag of holding?
Go on and reach in there.
I know how bags of holding
I
work.
just stick my hand in the bag of holding.
No, oh.
It is. It is empty. What are you thinking of while you reach in there?
Candy.
Do you find candy? Nope. It is just a void. It's an empty sack.
This is bullshit. You can't come with us. You have nothing.
Is he holding any equipment or armor? Or weapons?
The weapon is near him, but not currently on him.
Okay. Fire. I set his weapon on fire.
You watch as your hammer just ignites with
You
flame.
better put that out.
It's cool though, right?
You burning my hammer.
No, it's magical. It's good. It helps.
I touch it.
Burns your hand.
Why would you touch a flame?
Because you said it was magical.
Is he an idiot?
Well, I don't feel like I can answer that question appropriately at the moment.
Legally?
You know when people like poke you in the sternum with their finger? I do that with the type of stuff that will really hard, like. Oh!
It hurts.
I pour more wine for him. More wine. More wine.
I'm sorry. I'm just getting used to this.
You know
No,
what I
you're
really
fitting
feel
in very well. You're
You
fitting
have
in
your
very well.
strengths, and while you may be able to like read with your friends over there, I think it's also important to work on your weaknesses.
All right.
Yeah, so we got to work on your bravery, maybe your fighting voice.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Was it really bad? Did I sound okay?
No, I mean, I wasn't there to witness it. I just know your normal voice.
When you were flying over the city, did it sound like a llama being mauled by a pack of wolves?
I heard this
graying. I thought it was a goat, actually.
well painted.
It was
What a picture you just painted. That was lovely.
Yeah.
It did sound like a
Big tall neck, all furry.
No, I heard the llama.
I'm going to squish you next time and put my arm around with a nail and say, I don't know why I am suddenly taking a shine to you when I felt like I hated you a couple of hours ago. Just stick with us. You don't have to know. I hear everything you're saying, and you're an asshole, and I love you, but you really are an asshole. I'm just talking to the guy. I have taken a shine to you, and I'm going to look out for you, all right? The first time I got attacked, I was a fucking mess. I'm still a fucking mess. That's the thing, like, people are writing stories about us. We're a bunch of fucking shitheads. And nobody talks about that. Maybe a few people do.
A few people do talk about that.
A lot of people talk about that.
There's no way
had
to
wine.
prepare. You just have to hit your face against the wall a couple of times, then it starts to feel normal-ish.
I can help you with that.
Yeah. You're good. You've done it.
Thank you.
You've
Thank
been
you.
hazed. You're good, kid.
I'm so appreciative of all of you, and I will repay this debt. I promise you. I will make you guest stars in one chapter of my book, and it will be top 3 most epic chapters.
Pretty cool.
Fabulous.
Is the money that you're paying us with your father's money as well? Please be honest.
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
fabulous.
Oh, I like that.
Actually, that makes everything even better.
Yeah.
We'll get you a room right next to the library so you can have easy access.
Thank you.
We can set that up right away.
Thank you.
The doors don't lock though, so you have to be on guard all night long. Training is a 24-hour regiment around here.
All right, I accept your conditions.
I'll give you access to the workshop if you feel like building yourself a lock. Feel free.
You have a workshop.
Oh my.
For tinkering.
Oh my.
I like you.
Yes, it's a pleasure. This is so nice.
yes.
Oh yeah, of course you'll have a tour in the morning. We'll do a brief tour.
Absolutely, and I can show you the inner workings of
I'm
Doji.
so delighted.
It's pretty outstanding.
It's very good work. I'm very
A little
impressed.
bit of luck, a little bit of magic.
You got some magic in there.
The two of them, as you guys are having this conversation, without realizing it, slowly exit together.
I'm not leaving.
Right. Then you stop yourself as you reach the door.
I'm going to send him to the library at the very least.
Okay. So the rest of the wait staff come in and retrieve your belongings and lead you up to the chamber. They'll be prepared for your evening.
Good evening. Bye.
The day.
Good night, Terry. Good night.
Be pleased.
Oh boy, what a babe in the woods.
I kind of like him.
Yeah.
How ragey are you?
Right,
Anna?
okay, right. So
Pretty ragey, yeah.
the two
Super
people
ragey?
who tend to
Yeah.
not like people, there's like
Terrible sign, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just really, really
The
disturbing.
two of you never like the same person.
No, that's weird.
You know, we don't have the weight of the world crushing us at the moment, so
Oh, it
maybe that has
feels
something to do with it. Yeah.
Feels very strange for you to be agreeing.
It makes me want to take risks and do interesting things. That's nice.
I thought we were taking a break from risk-taking for a second.
No, I feel like we've been playing it very safe. It's just been that the world has been taking risks.
I love the way you frame things, Percy.
Once again, you're a couple
I
steps
love
ahead
the
of us.
way you lawyer your way out of every situation.
That's so nice.
Boy,
Oh,
I wonder what Scanlan is.
I could check in on him.
let's.
Haven't used the scrying knife today.
I want to say let's give him some privacy, but at the same time, I do kind of want to see.
I just want to know if he's all right.
I don't.
I'm gonna look. I take out the scrying knife.
Don't.
What? Why?
I walk over to Grog and start playing. What was it? Rock, paper. What was it?
Boulder,
paper,
cheers.
shears.
Paper, scissors, parchment.
It should be parchment.
It should be parchment.
Boulder,
Boulder,
paper,
cheers.
I'm trying to teach Grog that game.
No, stop.
No?
I don't want you to look at
I think I'm done for the evening.
Why? We just want to make sure he's okay.
Because he asked us for his own time. Can we respect that or not? Or did you want him to yell at you more when we see him again?
He can't know if I'm scrying
He
in on
might
him.
know if you're scrying.
He might know.
He not if I use my scrying knife.
Let's give him a little bit of time.
All right.
Thank you, Grog. There's a very fair point.
All right, Grog.
Okay, now I'll play.
Little elf girl.
1, 2, 3, shoot.
Danger zone, I swear.
1.
Is it a danger zone?
Mm.
Because, you know, it occurs to me, I've never given you a full tour of the treasury room, have I?
Why? No, Percy.
I'm grabbing the wine and I'm leaving right now.
Fuck in the treasury? Oh my god!
Who has never wanted to have the full Scrooge McDuck?
You guys,
As we leave, I turn and I look at Grog,
Wow.
and I think about talking to him for just a second,
Oh, that's good.
and I leave the room.
I owe you for that shit. Thank you.
all right. As the rest of you wind down the evening, drinking, perusing the treasury, reading the various books at your disposal.
We do deposit the check to the treasury, by the way, while we're there.
Yeah, sure.
We should deposit the checks.
Yes. You find your evening to a close.
We haven't had the night off in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You enjoy the time to relax a bit and really kind of take in another breath of air after this constant pressure that's been pushing you. The next morning comes in as the sun rises. You all come to consciousness, rouse yourselves for breakfast, and whatever the next day ensues for you, all begin to gather within the common room of the castle once more.
We're all healed up.
All
Yep.
healed up?
Healed up.
Airship or sea ship? This is your call.
We've never done a
Yeah, I think we got some. We could go after the dude in hell, but I think we have some more time.
Hi, Gustus not to.
We should bring
guess
a
so.
pike to hell.
I agree. So,
Time to go finish your Atari.
With 2,600 men, it will.
All right. Do I know roughly where the water Ashari are?
You vaguely know that it exists somewhere in the Osmit Sea, kind of southish from Tal'Dorei, but you don't really know. Like a little bit of information gathering or asking people who may traverse that area would help you, but you don't really know.
Maybe we can go down to the docks. Are the docks here?
Not in Whitestone. I think we're pretty landlocked.
No, there's actually technically there's the sea to the north, but that would be
She
useless.
meant the doctor's office.
Yes. Well, you have the Lucidian Ocean to the east of you, but it's a very treacherous water in the shearing channel. That is the series of broken landmass between here and Wildmount, the one that the Briarwood's brokering the bridge for.
There's a reason we're not a port
Yeah.
city.
It's a very big port city.
I'd rather. What's the like? Is there like a port at the very south end of the continent where we could hop a ship and also
There's
do
still
some
been
research?
very very far south,
Still been?
but that is still out to the Lucidian Ocean east. The Osmond Sea is on the western side of the continent. Iman is the closest
western.
port city
Okay,
to
western.
the Osmond.
Do we have?
Okay, well then hang on. If it's
Okay. I'm just gonna we're gonna do some transcript copying right now because there was some geography there, and we all know how I feel about that. 246. I'm gonna let it play for a second so that it catches up.
Ooh, no,
Oh, I was about to say, who has the map? You have the map. Okay.
because
Wow, what do you
the
want?
Earth Ashari are on
The Earthashari on the eastern side of the continent, right? The Earthashari? I don't know where the Earthashari are. Wait, Matt, tell me.
the eastern side of the continent.
Do you have a map?
They're
Right.
the Earthashari are kind of northern, like mid-northern of the continent. They're in the Cliffkeep Mountains.
This is a conversation.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay, I think we're pretty landlocked in Whitestone. We can go down to the docks. There are docks here. You vaguely know that it exists where the roughly where the water Ashari are. Okie dokie. That's what we wanted to see. Okay. So, you vaguely know that it exists somewhere in the Osmond Sea, kind of south-ish from Taldore. Okay. That is not exactly where I had the Osmond Sea in my mind, but that kind of makes sense. It's like, I had it more like south-left, I believe. Like south-west and like west, but okay. He's saying south, but he also is also saying that they don't really know. Whitestone, very landlocked. There's technically a sea to the north, but that would be useless. You have the Lucidian Ocean to the east of you, but it's very treacherous water. See if there's anything that I knew that I didn't know. Okay, that's kind of a new topic. Is there a port at the very south of the continent? There's Stillben in the very, very far south, which is interesting. Stillben is, I think, where they started. And I guess that makes sense that it would have been the target for Raishan, because it also seems like Raishan is in that area, or was originally from that area. The Osmond is on the western side of the continent. Okay. So it is western and south-ish. Oh, wait, no. You vaguely know that it exists somewhere in the Osmond Sea, kind of south-ish from Taldore. So it does seem like the Osmond kind of wraps around Taldore a bit. Okay. So it seems like the Warashari are probably somewhere between them and Marquette. Okay. That's still out of the Lucidian Ocean. The Osmond's on the western. Iman is the closest port. Western, you mean western. Okay. Yes, that would be Iman. Because the Earthashari are on the eastern side of the continent. The Earthashari are northern, kind of mid. They're in the Cliff Keep. Okay. And I'm just going to really quick confirm that I do have the Cliff Keep accurately marked, because I know that I have the Cliff Keep Mountains marked on here. And this is as good a time as any to make sure that they're accurately marked. So there's a Stormcrest. Okay, and Cliff Keep are indeed up here. I don't know why they're... maybe I didn't have them marked? I don't know. But okay, Cliff Keeper up there. And so that is also where the Earthashari are, which I don't think I knew before now, which is kind of interesting. Okay. Wildmount mentioned. Indeed, our one Wildmount mention every few episodes that will go nowhere. The cutest scene, remind me, are there any plot hooks right now? Yeah. Matt's ability to rally geography for this world is so impressive. I mean, if you know generally where things are, like I'm trying to... Maybe it's because that is just like how worlds are built in my head, but I'm kind of like, well, yeah, that's just like how it's all organized in my head. But I know that my internal organizational methods are possibly a bit different. Taldori is North America. Osmit is Pacific. Atlantic is Lucidian. Oh, my timer's going off. I gotta go get the thing out of the freezer. 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, but yeah. Yeah. Okay, I think I got a decent idea of where everything is. Okay, cool.
That is happening
Yes.
right now. I'm
Yes,
so
it is.
amused. We're trying to remember the fake geography
Of our fake
of
world.
our fantasy world.
Ask me. It's been my life for the past year.
Sir,
Writing all this shit down for a book for all you guys.
All right.
So Mon is
We're up here.
Yeah,
right?
Amon is the place.
He's on the course of the Osmond
Yeah,
Sea.
we're up here. Whitestone's here.
Yeah.
And we need to be the southwest. So
love you, Matt.
Iman's here. Iman is the biggest port city. Iman is the biggest port city on the Osmond Sea, isn't it? It's
On this continent, yes.
yeah, that's.
So we might as well leave out of Amon.
We might as well leave out of
And then I
Iman.
could also do some research because is the libraries and the lyceums and stuff open again? Or are they
You
just
don't know.
fucking demolished?
I mean, a lot of that part of the town is just now being rebuilt and recovered. So it's,
Where's the airship, by the way, as well?
Just board the concrete.
you have not checked in on the airship. You guys.
Last time I saw them.
The last time you saw them was in the throes of the battle with Thordak, and they came in and gave it a helping hand briefly.
They come back
Just
here?
to keep up the audience, we're in Maine and we're trying to get to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well put.
And as Terrian, can't we teleport to wherever we're trying to go?
It's easier to teleport if you've already been there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't. I've never been there. And the Ashari are very reclusive type people.
I've read about most people in places.
Have you read about the water Ashari and the Ashari people?
Make a history check.
I'm going to join in this history check as well.
Yeah, that's a 1.
Wow. Can I also-
Her eyes just intimidate
you.
and
No one knows what it's like to be a bad man. Okay.
Do you want to touch my antlers?
Hey now.
Ignore that. That got weird.
That got weird. I'm going to join in on a terrible history check. That is a 19. It's not terrible. I just
It's not terrible, but your research hasn't delved too deeply into the Ashari. And the Ashari that you do know of are the Terra
Yeah.
and the Air Ashari.
I've only got what I've read at home.
There's Terra and the Zephyr. Those are the only two you know about. There's those two in the continent. The Vesserai you're not too familiar with.
Well, who else can we talk to?
I mean, I guess I could always go back to the Earth Ashari or the Air Ashari and talk to some of those people.
Maybe somebody at the docks in Amon would know.
She really wants to go to the docks in a moment.
I want to just pay off that docks comment, really.
worth it.
Magic.
I don't know. I guess we could go back and talk to the Earth Ashari. You guys haven't been there yet. Let's go!
Let's go to the Earth Ashari.
All right.
Let's collect our things. What's the temperature like there?
It's right now, with it being the season of
The witch.
It's in essentially a heavy valley of stone in the center of the Cliff Keep mountain range. It is far from civilization. It's maybe a few days of heavy mountain constant hiking north of where Crackhammer is.
we'd have to hike to get there.
With a cold front coming in from the
Well, no,
north.
but there's got to be trees that I can. Trees right there too.
There are a couple that aren't too far outside of Terra that you can.
We're druids. There's got to be trees within the camp, right?
Yeah.
And stuff, like nearby.
Yes, I'm saying that there are some that are like just on the outskirts of Terra, none directly in it.
Okay.
Shit. Okay. I had resistance to something. I forgot to take
Resistance to obedience?
Would not have helped me very much.
Let's also say, as we're getting ready, I'm going to take Terry down and let him pick through the tinkering room to see if he needs any tools and upgrade anything that he might need. Give him a quick tour.
And I want to talk to Grog.
Alrighty.
Take everything.
So as you guys are picking through the
Showing him the equipment.
You find
Anything
Rod
you
off to the side.
Don't touch that.
How are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm good. I slept really well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feeling less ragey?
Yeah.
That's good, okay. Hey, so... This is difficult for me to do. Did you know that Scanlan had acquired drugs?
No.
Did
No.
you? No.
No.
I just found this out. That he was using drugs behind our back.
Like bad drugs?
I think so. I mean, I've never tried them,
Me
but...
neither.
So... I don't know, finding out secrets about people doesn't feel good. Feeling like they've broken your trust in some way, right? And being trustworthy is very important.
Right. Yeah. I think that's very important.
Right. So, just hold on.
I'm not even fighting anyone right now.
I pull out the deck. So, this is... Do you know what this is? Do you remember this?
Where did you find one?
How is he this good?
Okay. So, Grog,
Yeah.
I have to be honest with you. When you asked me for this before,
Yeah.
I lied to you.
You lied.
Yeah.
What
And
do you mean?
Well, I sort of tricked you and thought it'd be funny if I gave you maybe the wrong thing to see if you noticed, but I'm still lying. I was afraid. I gave you a false deck.
No, you gave it to me. It's in my bag.
You want to pull it out?
But you said I wasn't supposed to look at
Well,
it.
you're still not supposed to technically. Do you want me to pull it out?
Phrasing.
Should you want me just...
You want me to
Yeah,
get the
maybe
deck
close
out?
your eyes and get the deck out.
All right, I got it.
All right, I am taking it from your hand.
But these are mine.
These
Look,
ones are-
don't take them from me again.
Grog, open your eyes. It's not really a deck. Do you see? It's a bag with rocks in it.
Did you take my salt lip rocks?
No, you gave that to Scanlan. Here's your deck. Still don't use it. Still don't look at it. It's still very dangerous. But I want you to know that I trust you with it.
I know. You said don't look at it. I haven't looked at
Oh,
it.
good. Then still don't. How about that?
I'm very confused.
I know. Basically, I
Do you
just...
want a card?
No. I don't know.
I'll open the flap.
No,
Do you want a
Grog.
card? What are you so worried about?
You're
It's a
making
deck
me
of cards.
regret giving this back to you right now. I just want to say, I close it. Please don't make me regret this.
Why?
I'm sorry that I lied to you, even though you didn't notice. I want you to know you can still trust me, and I can still trust you
I would like
to
to
not
inside
fuck with
check.
this.
Bex.
Make an insight check.
I love you guys.
6.
It's a lot of words. It's a lot of words. But you got your deck back.
But I always had it.
It's really confusing. She's talking at you, but nothing changed.
Is this a lesson?
Sure.
Can we just skip to the part where you get so frustrated that I haven't get it and you just tell me the answer anyway?
Grog,
Yeah.
you're a good person. Still don't look at the deck. I'm glad you have our back. Don't do drugs. And,
What do you think Scanlan did with the rest of those drugs?
what do you mean the rest of the drugs?
Well, you said he was doing drugs, right?
Right.
Did he just take them with him?
Should we search his room?
Ooh, maybe.
Let's do it.
All right, I'll put the deck away.
Okay. You guys head up to Scanlan's room.
Yeah.
Both of you guys make investigation checks.
You've done a lot of brilliant things. That was the most brilliant thing you have ever done on the show. That
I am
was
so consistently
good.
proud of you.
16.
Oh my god.
18 max?
Oh, 16 for me as well.
Hey.
Together, you both spend the better part of an hour thumbing through the various drawers and odd boxes and sundries that were left behind in the wake of Scanlan's departure. And at the same time, you both come to find that no, there are no illegal substances remaining.
He
about
took
nudie
them with
pictures?
him. Oh, nudie pictures.
Other things. What else is in the room?
Honestly,
Yes.
there are no nudie pictures per se.
All right.
You do find a series of books on art and the human physique,
Ugh.
and all the corresponding images have been torn out.
Damn it.
I have magic that can make things that are way more real than a drawing.
Here's 3 original
Well, there's no
issues
drugs.
of Terry Comics number 1
Well,
through 4.
I guess he took them with him.
All right. When do I get to look at the cards?
Like never, Grog.
Like, never.
Well, I heard from Percival that they're
Thank you.
super, super dangerous. But I don't know what they do.
Yeah,
So,
you don't.
no, I don't.
Only one way to find out. Not today.
Not today. How
All
about
right.
that?
Fair enough.
All right.
All right, you join the rest of the party. The rest of after you guys finish your perusal of the workshop, which is quite a workshop, mundane in a lot of ways, but functional for the basic purposes of tinkering. Rustic.
I think it's magnificent what you've put together. Thank you. And I'm impressed. And from me, that's quite a compliment.
No, I'm feeling it. And my workshop, obviously, is your workshop. For as long as you stay here, anything you need to work on, of course, it's
You know what?
fully available.
I don't normally do this, but what's your name?
Oh my god. He doesn't know any of our names.
Oh my god.
We're like a bad speed dating session.
This is so
Holy
amazing.
shit.
Percival Frederickson von Musil-Kolosky, the role of the third.
Oh, you still got it.
Service.
Percival Ferguson von Wiesel-Kowalski to roll of the third.
First
All
now,
right.
Percy to my friends.
I'm Terry to mine.
Terry, it's a pleasure. This is the castle I live in. This is my sister's castle, except, of course, she's lovely. Cassandra Derola. You are in Whitestone as our guest.
It is my honor and privilege to be your guest, sir.
A pleasure. I recommend eventually, not necessarily today, because I am actually enjoying it, learning everyone else's name as well.
All right. Well, okay. Let's carry on. No, maybe.
No, I'm okay with it.
No.
I'm rolling with
Don't
it.
he put it as a maybe?
It's not a catchphrase.
Don't he
it's
put
a
it as a
catchphrase.
maybe for catchphrases? Maybe.
You guys gather up
Another daring rescue.
together. Prepare yourselves for what the next step of your journey is. What are you doing?
Are we going? Are we going?
Yeah.
Going?
Got your stuff together? Everything you need?
Everything?
You're the people.
Earth people first. So we're gonna be like, where do I find the other fourth of my tribe?
You've written your camp number and pen on your arm?
Yes, I know. I've got my safety
Got your
tags.
safety tags?
I'm good. I'm
You've
good.
got your rights written on the back so that we know if anyone touches it. There we go.
All right, let's go.
All right.
Respect. Respect the antlers.
Always have.
All right.
We decorate them for last winter festival.
I like decorating my antlers.
quite
It's a
nice.
traditional Ashari tradition.
All right, eyes on the prize.
Let's go.
You guys find your way to the sun tree. Utilizing transport via plants, you find yourself suddenly thrust through the trunk of the sun tree and emerging on the opposite side on the cusp of a deep bowl-like valley that goes probably for a good 1.5 miles or 2 miles across before you reach the other side of this crest. Across the way.
That's 2 times. You teleported 2 times.
Oh my god. Every time it's amazing. Wow. Thank you. Thank you all. Where are we?
Well,
Central Cliff Keep.
we are in the Central Cliff Keep
Of
Taldore and of the Cliff Keep Mountains.
so cool.
you glance around, and there are the edges of a forest here. A lot of them are stalkier trees and things that live in harsher environments, and kind of a lot of them are rooted in cracks in the ground and portions of the rock that have split open. Down within this valley, you can already see what appear to be dozens and dozens of trenches that seem to have been dug or pressed into the ground, and there are areas of this valley that appear to have eroded or collapsed, like small, long rock slides that are just kind of dotting the edges of the mountain walls. And then down towards the center, you can see also a cluster of dozens and dozens of small abodes. It looks like homes, huts, structures made of rock. This is Terra. This is the Earth Ashari village here, currently guarding over the localized rift to the Earth Elemental Plane. You guys are traversing down into it? Okay. Takes you a short time. You find one of the paths that kind of zigzags down the side of this mountain drop and make your way in towards the center. The sun is now, I'd say at this time, just over the...
Okay. So, okay. How do I say this? I think that the Ashari are really, really, not basic. What's the word? They're very clear world-building kind of conceits for how to build out their own environments, right? Like, the Fire Ashari, they're like burned trees, volcano, that sort of stuff. And the Zephyra having like that big like rift that's like constantly, spewing out the air, so you can have these flyers. Okay, that's cool. But I was wondering how Matt was going to do the Earth Ashari, because I think Earth is one of those things that is a little bit you have to think a little bit more, I think, to make it interesting and different. Because we kind of naturally make our homes Earth-oriented. Like, natural humans are a little bit more Earth-oriented than, like, fire or water, broadly. You know what I'm saying? And a couple of things come to mind when I think about, like, how do we world build humans are Earth Ganassi? Exactly. And so a couple of things come to mind when I think about how to build out interestingly Earth-oriented environments or characters. And I wanted to get a little bit of, where Matt was originally kind of basing things before I commented too much. And we also might not know the exact line between Marisha and Matt. That's also true. Yeah, any critique could be either of them, both of them, whichever. Now, I think one property that has already done this sort of thing is Avatar, obviously. And I think that Avatar is a really cool example of the direction you can take theming. Because Avatar, the entire show, like the concept of bending the elements is all about utilizing the elements, like essentially as tools. And so in all of the different nations, you see how that goes, right? The Fire Nation is not necessarily like, making their home inside of a volcano. It's not like they're like, I mean, I believe that island chain that comprises the Fire Nation is supposed to be volcanic in nature, but that's not the main defining thing of the Fire Nation. It's industry. It's basically like steam engines that use the heat and the fire of firebending. The water tribe are all, or the water tribes are on the water. They have these large ice abodes. You know, they have these large ice walls. They have canals throughout their entire city, very Venice-like. Again, using the water not only as a tool literally when they bend, but also like within their larger society in a similar way that Venice does. The Earth capital of Bossing, say, in which there is obviously no war, takes a really similar approach to the water tribes, where you have these like long chutes of like earthen slides. You have these big walls all made out of earth. And it makes sense that these two tribes would have very similar sort of expressions because their elements are the two elements that can be solid, that can like be in these like solid, controllable sort of forms as opposed to air or fire. With the fire and air nations, you see them using the elements as propulsion rather than these like static structures. So the Fire Nation has like steam engines, and the air nomads have the wingsuits, right? They're all creating these tools with which to better utilize the elements, or turning the elements themselves into tools. And that's like the overriding theme of the world building of Avatar, like how the magic system actually like works itself into the environment, is that you see this theming around like the tools and utilizations of the elements. Now, the Fire Nation capital is literally Caldera. Well, fair enough. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is it's something that I've talked about with friends before, is two competing designs for a rock-based character. There is The Thing, and there is Regirock. Now, I like one of these much more than the other. And I will let you take a guess at which one it is. I love so much about The Thing. I think his visual design is doo-doo. Is very incredibly boring. He is smooth in a way that is like weird and uninteresting. He has no like color gradient to him. He has like really nothing besides this big like Cro-Magnon brow to provide like any amount of visual interest. He's just like an orange blob. You can almost forget that he's made out of rock because the rock is so homogeneous. And when you see him move, you're like, oh yeah, well, rocks don't move, and it is easy to forget that he is made out of fucking rock. As opposed to Regirock, who I think is much cooler. By segmenting the rocks more distinctly and more acutely, having the facets be much bigger and broader, I think that he looks more like a rock. And you have these, they're not striations, obviously, but these different colorings of rock. Like, rock is not monocolor. You know what I'm saying? Rocks come in all sorts of glorious, various colorings in a really cool and interesting way. Like, the bowels of the earth are incredibly beautiful and fascinating. And I think that Regirock evokes that substantially more. Even some of like the asymmetry in his body, I think, is evocative of the rocky nature of him. And the fact that he is multiple rocks put together. So, I guess before I move on, I should read chat because I'm about to go into an even further one. All Avatar magic, especially fire, is essentially creating energy out of nothing. 1,000% they would build their society around that free energy. It's kind of basic, but it'd be super unrealistic for them not to do it. Fully with you. And I think to Matt/Marisha, to the creators of the Ashari, to their credit, the building of the Ashari tribes around these planar rifts, I think, is very interesting. Like them being essentially like there being a distinct reason that they are locationally locked, and that is like very prominent and like very like a work in of their world building. The rock giant in the Never-Ending Story is my favorite rock form. Never-ending story rock giant. Let's see. Holy shit, look at him. I love his rock beard. I like the rock beard a lot. Now, I will say, I don't like... I've never seen the Never-Ending Story, so I can't speak to how he like plays out in motion. But he looks more like a mud boy to me. And you know, I'm not getting a lot of like visual distinction on his like in his coloring, but I do like his shoulders, and his head. Like I like that he is kind of like this weird abnormal form. Like he doesn't look overly human. Like the thing just looks like a guy, whose skin is kind of cracky. Like he just looks like a buff dude. Whereas this guy looks very different. He has like the weird pointed head. He has the big shoulder pads. So there's at least some interest there. Yeah, like this shit. I like that. Yeah. The thing looks more like a Cheeto than a rock. A little bit. On that question, would you consider the X-Men Colossus as a feasible extension of Earth Element's theme in the same way that Avatar treats metal? Yes. So within our like talking points, Colossus sort of falls into a similar vein as the Thing. However, I think that Colossus like wears it better, because I think that this sort of design that Colossus and I think the Thing kind of share, of like just being a very like humanoid form, but with this different element, I think it works better with metal, because it's more evocative of like essentially like a robot, like a humanoid sort of constructed robot. And his like very like his hair being like this, just like this block of material. Like, I'll say, I think Colossus's design is also kind of boring. Like his visual design. I'm not speaking to like their power set or their like character overall, but just like their visual design, I also think is kind of boring. But I think that there's honestly less opportunity with Colossus to make a cooler visual design. So, in this conversation specifically, sort of bit of both. CR and Pokemon. Oh, I'm sad. Yeah. I love Atla, but I hate how hard it is to make a different elemental magic system. Well, that's fair. But Colossus has all the association with Russian industrialism, similar to the Fire Nation. That's fair. Like I don't think that there's anything kind of wrong with that. But in terms of like theming your environments, right? The really like strict comparison I want to draw was between like Regirock and the Thing, of like not just skinning it in like a coat, but actually thinking about the element and how to represent it in an interesting way. The reason I brought up Avatar is that there is clearly like a layer of thought of how the bending would affect the environment and like affect the civilizations that these people live in. And I didn't get a ton of that with the Fire Ashari, with the Pyra. I got a little bit of it. Like, don't get me wrong, but not that much. And I was really interested to see how the Terra are represented, because I think that Earth is the hardest. It's like the most, I think it's the most unnatural to make feel unnatural. I think that it's so easy to make rock boring, essentially. It's so easy. And so I am really hoping that we see a little bit more from Matt, because right now it's like rock slides, it's in a big earthen sort of valley. I'm not getting much so far. I'll be interested to see like how any sort of characters are described or made unique, because so far I think the most unique thing has been the Zephyra with their you know, kind of not wingsuits. I don't remember what you're calling them, or remember what they call them, the gliders. And I want something akin to the gliders for the Terra, whether that is the way that they build their homes, whether that is like how they have constructed the barrier, the control center around the rift. If they have like a special fortification or defenses. what's up? Hello. All right, we're back. So with everything that I said before, I want to kind of just give my pitch for where my mind goes in regards to the Terra. And I think that, like, you guys are going into, like, crystals and metals, shale, slate, pumice, cave, fault system. I think all of these are good directions when thinking about, like, visual design. My initial kind of thought process was, say you have the the like portal to the earth plane, like down here. I imagine it constantly extruding earth, kind of like a tube of toothpaste, just kind of just slowly just bubbling up slowly. And my first like world building instincts is that slowly creates this like very like gradual mound that like really like sticks out and like looks kind of odd and weird within the whole mountain structure. And as like the chaotic earth plane, as it fluctuates and shifts, you get these different types of earth being extruded. So the hill that, or the mound, I suppose, that the Earth Ashari is built on has all of these striations from across the years as the Earth plane slowly extrudes all of these different types of Earth. And there's like these nice like gradual gradients between them. This is where my brain goes when it comes to visual design, and like their society is like built along these kind of slopes of the striations. Now, obviously doesn't have to be how you do it. The Earth portal could be, I think, another really cool design idea that I was thinking about is because of the nature of the like Earth plane. It's one of the only rifts that like really consistently moves, and it almost acts like a sort of like bulldozer underground. So if the like ground level is up here, it is slowly boring out a tunnel into the earth as it slowly sucks earth from the material plane into the earth elemental plane, which could lead us towards this sort of this cave or fault system, kind of like John described. And the Earth Ashari have, they need to like follow the Earth portal. We wouldn't want to make it move too much, but maybe like a couple of feet a year, maybe 10 or 20 feet a year. So the Earth Zephyra have to live not necessarily nomadic, but like can't be too permanent, or they have like these systems for getting in and out of the like fault or the cave system. So they have all of these like basically mine shafts. Like they have like, they've like invented like rails and like hand carts because they slowly have to build out a way to get to the Earth portal really consistently. So I think there's a lot of directions in which you could take this. And there's also a lot of ways you could take the people that live there. I've also only talked about visual stuff. There's obviously like auditory stuff if we're going for this. This sort of extrusion would probably be, at least in my brain, it's relatively loud, of like this earth slowly pushing up on the rest of the earth around it. It's this constant like grinding and shifting of stone against stone. But there's also a lot of other ways to go about that. A dust in the air, like giving like this feel of like a coal miner town almost, of like all of this particulate in the air. There's a lot of directions. And so we haven't got too much of that. Over in Millennium, the Earth Ashari create a railroad network. Pretty cool, right? Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the direction that my mind goes with it. Yeah. And this isn't to talk down whatever they have too much. But it's more that I think when you have something with such a strong conceit like the Ashari, I think it is easy to just kind of rest on that, and just like have that be like that, like to consider that like the depth of thinking. But when you have such a strong conceit, I think it also opens it up to a really like easy second layer of depth that can make the entire environment feel exceptionally cool. In the same way that I think of with Avatar. The air nomads, the water tribes are fine. I don't know if this is a controversial opinion. I think they're fine. But like Ba Sing Se is amazing. I love all the Fire Nation stuff. And Avatar takes it like several steps further of thinking about like how their environment would then back affect the people, of like there is no war in Ba Sing Se, of this like isolationist culture when you have these giant, humongous walls, is like feels like a very natural line. This like really interconnected but homogenous sort of culture. But yeah, that's enough of mega ranting about environment. I'm not getting that at the start of this, but we'll see what we get. Isn't there a new Avatar series coming? I don't know, maybe. Since women are own healers. Yeah. Omashu has that rail cart system that's really cool. Omashu's super cool. Yeah. So all that said, I think that there is a lot that you can kind of work down with that. And we'll see if the Terror has it. Maybe I'll be surprised. Maybe once they get further in, there will be a little bit more to explore, but we'll see.
The very top, kind of noonish portion of the day, you begin to walk your way in, and it's very warm here. Partially because it's northern enough where usually it's a colder temperature on the island. Don't you even motherfucker?
You lasered in on that like nobody's business.
I'm a little sensitive. But the further down you get, it is just the tree line has stopped, and it is just rock stone that is reflecting the light, and it is warm. You're starting to find yourself sweat in your full armor as you traverse deeper into the center of this this mountain valley.
It's always like 20 degrees warmer in the valley.
Terrible. Disadvantage on the California.
Thank you for turning us into an episode of California.
Los Angeles actor humor for you guys over in Sweden tonight.
It's like a critical roll. It's like the 1 and the 5. You get over Burbank, get the critical roll.
For all you fans in Germany, a little San Fernando Valley humor.
From beautiful downtown Burbank.
I loved it. You can do no wrong.
Yeah.
I like Terry.
Exactly.
I like Terry.
Yeah. So as you continue downward, you get maybe a quarter mile into this walk, still relatively far from the village, before, and you recognize this, you watch as one of the nearby trenches shifts up about 2 feet in stone, and you watch as 3 figures step out from within the trench and begin walking towards you.
Are we killing these?
Stop. No. No, these Grog.
They're sending us to the things we want to kill.
Oh, okay.
Everyone, wait for a second. I step forward a second.
Okay. You watch as 3 humanoids approach.
Laptop, look at motherfuckers.
Just a stick. It doesn't do anything.
It's from the walking company.
They're clad in darkened leathers, furs. Looks like a lot of the armor and garb here is taken from hunted creatures and animals that have been prepared and tanned here within the sun-wrecked center of this mountain valley. The two to the flanking the central figure appear to be human, male and female, both very short, kind of tossed hair. Then in the center you see what appears to be a very surprisingly short, but very stocky and thick half-orc female. As she approaches, she has the hair is woven back into these thick braids that are pulled into a singular, almost like a top knot on the upper back of her skull. Her jaw protrudes a bit. You can see the two lower fangs kind of pushing past the lips. And no, this is
Lower fangs?
this is rock collar Dryden.
Rock collar.
Dryden.
Not that I would know that.
Good old RCD.
Do I know Dryden from before?
You do.
All right.
Yeah, this is not the headmaster of the tribe, but one of the central sentinels that's around this portion here. Approaches to you and for a moment puts a hand out, almost to hail you, and then recognizes your face and steps forward.
Keyleth, what brings you to Terra?
Kaitiake, Dryden.
Kaitiake.
How are you?
We are well.
Have you fared well here recently in the past several months?
We have hunkered down. Our business was to make sure that no more of the rifts befall the same fate of the pirate.
Have you talked to Sir Conus or Corin at all?
Not recently, no.
We have slayed the Chrome Conclave. All the dragons are dead.
And this is a time for celebration.
Yes.
I will pass this along.
I was wondering if I could speak to Headmaster Patisse.
Perhaps, but what do you wish to speak on?
I am intent on continuing my journey onto the Water Ashari tribe when I need information from him.
To the Vesra. Very well. I could help you with this information if need be.
Is Patisse indisposed?
No. Come right this way.
I mean, it would just be nice to, say hi while I'm here, at least.
Very well. And they turn around and begin to lead you back toward the outskirts of the city, not directly into Terra itself. But as you approach and walk past, you can see the ground here. Every 10 minutes or so, you feel a sudden shift and a slight quake beneath your feet. The landscape here, the closer you walk from the center of the village, seems to be in this perpetual state of shifting rock. And you watch as different areas kind of collide, areas of stone kind of and rocks tumble down, parts of it break and crack and reform. At one point, as you guys are about maybe 200 feet out from the first major structures, the ground has one major spike, and you hear this heavy rolling rumble, and you watch as maybe 300 feet off on the side, a new pinnacle is formed. Two big plates kind of jut upward, one kind of coasting over the other and coming to a halt. There is very heavy localized seismic activity as part of the proximity to the rift of the Earth Elemental Plane here. And you watch as 3 druids come rushing out of the side of the Terra tribe, and as they focus, the rocks crumble back down and subside. The central mountain landscape here brought back to a momentary beat of peace and quiet.
I'm like a New Yorker on a subway. I'm just whatever.
Just going straight
used
in.
to this.
Let's wreak havoc on the local architecture.
Oh, it's built.
Architecture.
We've got infrastructure built for that sort of thing. It's fine. They're used to it here.
All right. As you progress inward and some of the other Terra Ashari different visual representations, some appear to be more ornamental jewelry seems to be here, like jewels and metallics used, seems to connotate a level of prestige within the tribe. And every individual that walks, usually with a cluster of protectors around them, or at least seems to be at a place of noticeable importance within groups, seems to be more adorned in this natural-based jewelry. You know exactly where to go to head straight to the hut in which the headmaster resides. And
I'm watching her stride through here with confidence. Just impressed.
Rock collar. Rock collar.
The
Oh, Jerry. How's the kids? Yeah. Jerry.
What looks to be a heavy wooden doorway built out of a series of tree trunks that are strapped to this one area just shifts open, and now you see walks a very tall, thin, an older, like mid-60s human male, who is adorned in a similar tattoo pattern as the rock collar you saw earlier, but it seems to reside from the center of the cheeks and through the jowls, and then crosses across the neck, and then across the arms all the way down to the fingertips. And there are certain portions which are broken up by hard lines. It's like this parallel intersection multiple times as the tattoo progresses down. Very, very loose, almost a flowing central shoulder-based robe that kind of tosses down the front of the body and meets with a long skirt that drags behind him as he steps out. And
okay, I've been talking about it a little bit in Age of Umbra, and it's very funny because I haven't been that tuned into it because we haven't gotten a lot of like new description in Vox Machina since I started watching AOU. But I've been talking about in AOU how much more depth a lot of Matt's characters seem to have compared to the environments. And it's so funny that like I am squeezing blood from a stone here. on like thinking through like Matt's like kind of description of the environment. And like, you know, implying like additional interesting things that could be going on here when he has not directly described any of that. And we get like a paragraph of description about one singular person, the intersecting of their tattoos, the exact fashion that they're wearing, how it hangs off the shoulders. And this is not a critique. All right, this is not. It is more of a like, oh man, like Matt is not switched up. Like Matt's Matt's the same. He seems to just have this very natural, either inclination or just creative energy towards really interesting people with a lot of depth to them. And even if that depth exists in his mind for the environments, it is just not as often communicated aloud. You know, we get the idea of like chaos and like these like seismic rifts and seismic activity. You know, a pillar gets created, but we're not getting the details of the pattern of the seismic activities. We're not getting the like audio gradient of the different types of noises or comparisons to what the noises sound like, right? We're not getting the same depth there that we get with the description of, what was her name? Patisse? We're not getting that same depth of flavor as we get with his characters, which, you know, I said during AOU, and I believe it. I think there are natural inclinations that we can have as world builders. And I consider character building, like NPCs especially, to be world building. Because your world is really only as detailed as the ones who inhabit it. But whereas I think my more natural inclinations are to see the world and then think about what sorts of people would inhabit it, it seems like Matt kind of comes at it from maybe not the opposite, but at least like a sideways or just a different angle to that, of like thinking about interesting people and the types of people that they would appoint as lieutenants and sentinels and the relationships between everyone. That seems to be like where his mind centers. And then thinking about how those people would react to some environments, right? And that is fine. It's not me. It's not, you know, how my mind goes about world building, but I'm kind of reorienting myself slowly to this. Very slowly, clearly, only 2 years later. But I'm orienting myself to, and I'm still going to keep talking about the environments from probably an environment first standpoint, because you'll even see it in my, like, in so much as you might consider this a critique on Matt, I will critique myself immediately. When I was describing the Terra and all of the things that I found interesting, that I thought were like interesting possibilities, I don't think I described the people that lived there once. I did not. I gave an offhand mention to, oh yeah, and the people would construct houses along the sides of the slope. And that's kind of it. And oh yeah, the people would build this rail system. But I did not talk about the effect that it would have on their personalities. I did not envisage what the leader would look like in any way, shape, or form. I did not, I thought about environment first and maybe how they would interact with that environment. Whereas Matt has a much stronger image of what the leadership looks like and of what the people around that leadership look like. A thought that did not even cross my mind. It did not even occur to me to consider describing the leader when thinking about the Terra. But the Terra are a people. Like, the person that leads them is as important as the environment that they're in. And when I'm describing bossing say, I'm not, or even, what is it? Not Owashu. The place with all of the shoots, that Boomy. I didn't even think to describe, I didn't talk about King Boomy at all, who is like a defining feature of that arc. Omishu. Or Omashu, sorry. Like, King Boomy is like the defining thing about that arc, and I did not even mention him. Fire Lord Ozai is the character that is responsible for everything that happens within the original series. So all of these things, if you watch me, keep in mind, I guess, that I am coming at this from an environment first standpoint. And if you're interested in that, both from the perspective of like, maybe that's just how you think, or from the perspective of like, you want to stretch yourself, maybe you more naturally think like Matt, and you want to kind of stretch yourself a little bit, just keep it in mind that when I describe these things, the fact that I maybe leave out characters sometimes, or leave out like character building as a part of world building, does not mean that you should leave it out. It is something that I get to later often, but if you get to it first, or if you prioritize it harder, that is not an incorrect way to go about it. Yeah. The literal stone that oozes blood would be a unique centerpiece of a rock village. That is fair. That would be a unique centerpiece. You talked about how the people would impact the environment specifically. That is true. Yeah, the part where I talked about the people the most is the permanent fixtures of environment that they would build. Yeah, exactly. Patisse and the Earth Ashari are important NPCs, though. They are part of Keely's backstory, so it makes sense that he invests here. If I'm not mistaken, they've also met them before the stream. My understanding is that Keyleth met them before the game. Which, I mean, also before the stream. But my understanding is that none of the other characters have been to the Terra before. And again, this is not me saying that, like, Matt shouldn't be thinking this way. I really want to be, like, incredibly clear about that. But it is, like, an identification of Matt. Like, you could say the same thing about the actual landscape of the Terra. Like, this is where she conducted her first Aramente, like, the first portion of her Aramente. Maybe like where she stayed in the village would have some amount of importance to her. Like, there are environmental features that can be as important as NPCs. And like the feel of the Ashari and the feel of the location can be as important as the PCs. But from the alternative perspective, I'm focusing so much on the environment, I'm not focusing on the important NPCs, which is something that is like, it's hard to even call it like a weakness. It's hard to call it like either of these styles a weakness. It's kind of just a stylistic thing of like your starting point when it comes to world building. Like, I have to really actively remind myself to make the NPCs more interesting. And normally I come at that from the perspective of how would the environment affect them. But I think that Matt kind of goes the opposite direction with thinking about interesting NPCs, thinking about cool and unique people, and then thinking about how they would affect the environment. Like, I'm sure the main thing that I'm seeing here that looks like Matt's NPCs affecting the environment is like these trenches these seem to have like some sort of like very like purposeful design to them that speaks to the mindset of the people here, I think. A little bit more than just like natural consequence. Like when I was talking about the Earth portal, like tunneling out a tunnel, the natural kind of follow-up to that is like, okay, the Earth Ashari either need to follow it or they need to build out a network that allows them to more easily follow it. So they either have to be like nomadic or industrious. And I think industrious works better for a Earth-oriented sort of perspective. Whereas these trenches, to me, like, again, to Matt's credit, these trenches feel like an individual's idea. They don't feel like nothing about these trenches in the chaotic atmosphere like make direct intuitive sense. They don't necessarily feel like something that an outsider would immediately look at and grok the purpose of, at least to me. Which I think is frankly a positive of Matt's like character first approach, is when you're thinking about the people that live there first and you're like developing them before you develop the, you know, entire cohesive environment, you get more personal touches. You get an environment that possibly, sometimes at least, kind of feels more lived in. Because it's like, oh yeah, these trenches aren't something that an outsider would think of. The only person that would think of this is someone that lives here. And I think that that is something that Matt is going to get more often with his environments than I am. Whereas I think my sort of environment first perspective is going to get environments that overall feel more cohesive and feel more like affected on the people. But I think you're going to get people that feel less like individualistic. Like they're not going to feel as like unique and as interesting. They're going to feel more like byproducts of their environment, because that's where I'm coming from when I'm world building them. Which I think is less interesting. Like I think you're going to get people that feel distinct from their environment less often with my style. So yeah, it's an interesting thing that I'm sort of parsing out. I kind of knew some of this. Like I came to the realization during kind of the middle of the Chroma Conclave arc that Matt just doesn't really do exploration. He doesn't really do travel sequences. Just doesn't really seem into them. And I'm sort of realizing that there's kind of an almost like deeper depth to that of travel sequences are only important in the people that you might meet along the way. So, as a really pertinent example, even the travel sequence from Westrun to Sphinx Mountain, where they meet Kamal Ori, the two real things of interest there, you go maybe 2.5, are the refugees, the Westrun refugees, which that's a very person-first, very, very human-forward story and like plot beat. And then the people telling them about the orcs that have captured a person. These are a group of people with their own motivations and the people that are there. They just happen to be in close proximity to each other. The lake that they are off the shore of doesn't matter. The fact that they're in the near/in the frost wheel doesn't matter. The fact that they are, you know, wherever they are within the continent of Taldore doesn't matter. It only matters to the extent that they are far enough away from Westrun and that they might try to go towards Kaimal. You know, these are very person-forward things. And even the Ioun pillar, that is maybe the most environmentally focused thing. But even there, we have Tyriok, this NPC from their past, to really inject some person-first storytelling. And we have these, these basilisks that are petrifying people there. Or were they basilisks? They were something that was petrifying people, because I remember that Tyriok was petrified. So yeah, it's a very it's an incredibly just different mindset than I normally operate in. And now that I'm trying to kind of key over my mindset, because I still want to offer, my perspective and where I would start, but also trying to look for a lot more of the things that my mindset might be missing. Or might, skip over, or, that I might not put as much kind of flavor depth into. Like, it's a really simple thing, but I believe that Headmaster Patisse is the only one that's had tattoos so far out of the Ashari. Like, that's a really simple thing, but with how major of like a visual character trait it is, and how long Matt took to sort of describe it, like, it's evocative of the ley lines, which like makes total sense for the Earth Ashari, that the Earth Ashari would be much more concerned with things like ley lines than the Zephyra or the what were the water ones? Vesra or the Pyra. And the tattoos like really sort of speak to that. That is not something I would have thought of. Like, I'll be right out in front of it. I cannot see myself having thought of that. But that is a really cool way to characterize Patisse as coming from the Earth Ashari specifically, not just the Ashari in general, just with her visual design. So yeah. I more naturally think like Matt. I'm very interested in character, peoples, and their psychology. It's easy to forget about the psychology of the landscape. Yeah. Keyleth did it. Oh, during the 6-month time skip as Grayskull Keep was getting built. Gotcha. So it is pre-stream but off-screen. Okay, that makes sense. Look up 3 to 5 Wikipedia entries for each nation, states, province, prefectures, and cities. Look at what are the subjects breakdowns. Try to emulate that for your own fantasy world locations. Absolutely. I really want to do more world building stuff. I haven't had a lot of time to stream non-AOU or Critical Role, but I want to get back to doing like the map building streams, like the GeoGuessr streams. Those are really fun. Maybe like more of like the interview 5-room dungeon stuff. More world building on stream. That is definitely a priority in the future, but right now too busy. Critical Role creates Daggerheart characters is a good look into Matt creating areas and the people that live there. I found it very informative. Interesting. Maybe I'll look at that at some point. That sounds very interesting. There are many aspects to world building, and different authors kind of inevitably have their favorite. Yeah, which I think I think the best way to think about it is it's not even necessarily something that people are good or bad at. I think you also can be good or bad at it. But I do think there is definitely a sense of favoritism, like what you are into. I always say like what gets you out of bed. And for me, it is environments, it's locations, it's this connected map. And one of the reasons that I like Blades in the Dark so much is because the political intrigue of Blades in the Dark turns people and factions and groups of people into an almost like meta landscape. Like that is why if we're going real deep into why I like political intrigue, is because it turns people and psychology and relationships into this landscape, this connected web. I more often think of it like a quilt that is like stretched on top of the physical city. And that is not only more intuitive to me as like a way to understand people. I'll let that speak how it will to my mind. But it is like it makes all of the individual people much more interesting to me. When I think about the landscape of people. Yeah. Matt has also shared how he thinks about events shaping environments. So it feels like environments are always a consequence of either people or events that usually come from people's actions. It's a good point, Tally. And I mean, even we can really kind of see that with the Ashari. Like the Ashari and even it seems these planar portals are the result of previous history, right? At least they are related, it seems. To the first war, like the war against the primordials, the splitting off of the planes, right? The planes were originally all together in this big soup, and it was the actions of individuals, of sentient beings with individual personalities and wills that separated the dimensions into what they are today. So the halls of hell or the caverns of the abyss do not look like that because that's just naturally what they look like. And they then shaped the denizens. They look like that because of who was there and the motivations and the mindsets of the people that created them. So I think this is a really good point. I think this is really, really a lot of what we see with Matt's kind of perspective on all of these things, which is it's a really different mindset that I'm normally in. And I think I've been like vaguely aware of it in the back of my mind, you know? But now that I'm becoming more and more consciously aware of it, I'm really going to try to kind of look for it, like a little I spy, like, oh, there it is. And see if I can maybe, find some deeper truths there. It also kind of plays into that thing about with Matt being so able and willing to dive into a character off the cuff and then return to them months later and they feel the same, similar. Yeah, I mean, it plays into his skills as a voice actor. And I mean, if we're being really real, this aspect of Matt and his voice acting are probably like, they probably go together. They kind of support each other. He's probably one of the reasons that he's a great voice actor is because his mind is already oriented in this direction. Obviously, I'm psychoanalyzing a little bit, which I try to stay away from, but I think there's something to be said for that being kind of a cohesive part of Matt's creative style is very character first. I'm not gonna, if you're at my table, you're probably not getting a Victor off the cuff. I would have to try really hard to come up with someone as cool and unique as Victor. And Matt's just pulling them out of the ether. And they feel, not only does Victor feel like Victor every time we see him, but Victor evolves in a way that feels like Victor every time we see him. And that is like an extreme strength of how Matt thinks and how Matt has like deployed his creativity on the table is like the feeling of Victor is something that is like the best case, not the best case scenario, but like one of the best natural outcomes of this sort of style. Yeah. Person forward makes it easier for immersion. People are easier to latch onto over environments, in my opinion. We have different brains. Because I don't know if I've ever said this directly out loud. My interest in maps grew sizably with my interest in growing in my own empathy, which was not until my late teens, early 20s. Before then, when I was like less concerned about my empathy bone, I was not nearly as into maps. This is a more modern, like I've always been broadly interested in them, but not like in detail. One of the reasons that I got so into maps is as I was trying to grow in my empathy and my empathy skills, I started to realize how much maps communicate about their authors. And maps were maybe the most identifiable way, or not identifiable, but the most natural way compared to something like a book, like a novel giving you insight into an author. Possible, but much harder for me. When I look at a map, I feel like I understand the person that drew it. Like, I don't want to say fundamentally, but it's very natural for me. Like, I really just see it. And the same thing with broad landscapes. It's much easier for me to think about the context around a person and understand them and latch onto that, as opposed to like the person themselves. I find them like slipping out of my mind if I don't have a place to like anchor them, of like, oh yeah, this person is like from here, or they have this sort of job downtown. I don't know. I'm ranting. But I definitely latch on to environments that I can place people within, as opposed to people individually. I find it much harder to remember individuals. But people that have DM'd for me, one of my very, very good friends is definitely a person forward DM. They are absolutely in like the map vein. And we have talked about how like different it is for us, because they are very much in your camp. Yeah. I usually think of an environment as an extension of character, or as a character in and of itself. Yeah. Well, maybe there's no AOU this week, so you could take some time next week to do it. That is true. I forgot no AOU. That's right. We'll see. I'm not sure yet. Can you record stuff on the 4th of July? Aren't there many fireworks recording audio? Has the dog that will probably be scared. I mean, I probably will have some. I will probably not record on the 4th itself, but all the time around the 4th, I'll have more time. Yeah. He talks in interviews about how D&D started his interest in acting. There you go. Which that makes total sense to me. Yeah. What's up, Snail Cheeks? That's the exact opposite reason I got into maps. I'm not an extrovert, but I care about people, even those I don't know. So I got into maps to understand better the many places that people come from and how it might affect them. Yeah. Yeah. Which it sounds like we got into maps for kind of the same end goal of like understanding people. But I'm coming at it from a perspective of like, I feel like I naturally intuit environments, and you more naturally intuit people. Yeah. No. Snail Jigs, I'm not going to discuss that, obviously. But yeah. So I don't know. All of this is definitely something that I've become way more conscious of since watching AOU. Because I think it's much more prevalent, or not more prevalent in AOU, but it's a lot more obvious in AOU kind of what's going on, because we're spending a lot less time with individual things, and everything's moving a lot faster. Anyways.
As he looks over in the direction of you, you can see the eyes are very hardened, dark, deep brown in color, and the sockets are very weathered, as if his skin texture in general is pretty weathered. He looks over towards you, clean-shaven, short, white hair, puts a hand up.
Killeth, you grace the terror with your presence. What can we be of service to you for?
I stand more in attention, more formal. Good to see you, Patisse. It's been quite some time.
You as well.
I just came to check in after the recent events in the world, make sure everyone was okay.
Everything seems to be fine. We've been in intensive care to the rift, and from the word that seemed to have passed quickly since your arrival over the past few days, it's come to our attention that Thordak no longer sits in the center of the city of Amon.
That's correct. We've also slain his right-hand man, Raishan, who seemed to be the mastermind of the entire orchestration.
Good. Good, and well done.
Thank you. I couldn't have done it without your help and training, so I appreciate.
Ah! Oh no!
You guys are awesome.
I started to type as if I was on the notes
City of
monitor. I was starting to type as if I was on the notes monitor, and it did a lot of hotkeys.
It's come to our attention that Thordak no longer sits in the center of the city of Amon.
That's correct. We've also slain his right-hand man, Raishan, who seemed to be the mastermind of the entire orchestration.
Good. Good, and well done.
Thank you. I couldn't have done it without your help and training, so I appreciate that.
You were but a seed, you allowed it to germinate. So, what do you need?
Well, I am intent on continuing on with my aramente, now that there's relative peace in the world. The Vestra people are quite insular, of course. I was wondering if you could give me some advice on how to get there, and any advice in general on
It
dealing
has been a
with them.
long time since I've attended any sort of gathering with the Vesra. It is, for people of our skill set, not the easiest of journeys. As many of us are capable of traversing through the sentinels of nature, unfortunately, most of the tree life that exists around Vesra is beneath the water.
Right.
So your most likely form of transport will be that on a vessel across the waves.
Who is their headmaster there, Neil? Do you know?
The headmaster there. Uvenda, the heart of the tides.
Uvenda.
Uvenda.
Uvenda. The heart of the tides. What can I expect of this Uvenda? Uvenda.
Not what you'd expect. I'll leave it at that.
It's very vague of you, Patisse.
Well, what would be the fun if I were to unveil the next fold of your armamente?
No, we've got a point.
DM speak for I haven't built them out in detail yet and don't want to lock myself in via our improv. Or maybe he has and he just wants to be, fun and vague, but I have a feeling that combined with the fact that they have to take a boat there, Matt has probably not built out the water Ashari in the level of detail that he would like to for once they finally get there, especially because Matt going into this session was not entirely certain if they were going to go after Hodis or the water Ashari. Either of which very naturally feel like they'll take a while to get to. So I think incredibly justifiable that Matt was probably not putting in or was not getting them both built out to 100% before this session, because he'll have time regardless of what they choose. And then once they choose in this session, as they have, he has a little bit more time before the next one to fully build out their actual choice. But it is still funny to be like,
do you recommend by ship, or would flight be more appropriate?
If you have the means, that is up to you.
All right. Any other words of encouragement?
Listen closely. Keep your friends about you. That should be sufficient.
Oh, I'm sorry. I probably should have introduced, by the way. This is my band I've been traveling with, Vox Machina, and Terry Darrington.
Lovely to meet you. I have no idea where we are right now.
Good. Keep it that way.
He's new.
Can I ask a question? Is that all right?
Of course.
Is it polite?
Yeah.
Sorry. You mentioned that the water Ashari live under the water.
They don't live beneath the water, not entirely.
Okay. I thought maybe they were like mer people or something. I wasn't sure.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, right?
I know.
That'd be really cool. Cool. So we'll see them above land then if we're,
Some
fine.
of them, yes.
Some of them. All right. That was my question. Thank you for your answer.
Are there any other landmarks or ways of navigation to find them? They're an island in the middle of the Ozmet Sea.
It is not the island of usual appearance. The beaches and sands of Vespa are built upon a great circular reef. And part of the city lies above, part of it lies below.
Awesome.
Look for the white sands beneath the surface. Some structures will be visible from above. It would lie quite a ways to the southwest. not too far from the Hespit. I would recommend perhaps procuring the service of someone who knows the sea well.
Yes. Yeah, we're going to look into trying to do that. Well, is there anything you need from me, Patisse, before we head on?
No. Just do your best to, have your friends keep the location of our village to themselves.
Don't worry, we have many places we prefer to keep this way.
Good. I trust you all. Safe journeys. Keep her safe.
Of course.
Always.
The Tempest needs a new voice.
Thank you for your belief in me. Kaitiake, Patisse.
Kai Tiake, young Keyleth.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Cuyahoga.
Ticonderoga. Pencils.
I pull Vax aside and say,
What's up, buddy?
poise, grace, confidence. She is amazing.
Yeah, that's true.
Is she your leader?
Sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes.
Incredible.
Yeah.
I'm learning so much already. Thank you again.
You're welcome. That's good. That's good. One step at a time.
Absolutely.
Vax,
Yeah.
you made sure that Terry partook of some of the soil here, right? It's in a Ashari tradition, right?
What, are you asking me if he shit here? What
No, he has to eat. Terry, did you manage to get some of the soil in your mouth?
The what in my
It's
mouth?
a custom here. You have to eat the dirt of the earth Ashari.
I walk off. I'm not getting part of this.
Absolutely.
You don't
I
want
will
to
do
be,
it.
like, offensive.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, custom is important.
Following the local customs, I took a handful of dirt and shoved it down my fucking throat.
You go into an immediate coughing fit as the surface dirt here is built from constant colliding of stone and rock, and a lot of it has been ground to almost a fine powder in places. And you, yeah, it's akin to the cinnamon challenge in a way.
Yeah, just stay with it. The first time it was, don't dilute it with any
Just
water.
thinking it's like diatomaceous earth is just like, just hateful.
You're toughening up already.
Thank you.
Yo, your voice sounds deeper.
That is my vocal cords being covered in dirt.
I like this.
Why are your vocal cords covered in dirt?
I just hate dirt.
Why on earth would you eat dirt?
I'll go into my satchel and pull out some healing draft and just take a big gulp.
Okay.
Okay.
It feels.
Which, Daniel, I can absolutely relate to. Like, we talked about it in regards to Daggerheart and, like, collaborative world building, but the vast majority of the time, my characters gain depth via my players interacting with them. And it seems very similar to Matt, which that is separate, or maybe not necessarily separate, but like I think is largely kind of based on a different skill set necessarily than your direct like world building prep. I think that's largely down to your improv sensibilities, which is probably why, like, I remember during an Age of Umberseen, someone asked me about Matt versus Brennan, and what I've seen of Brennan so far in Fantasy High. And I said, it's kind of hard to tell. It's kind of hard to compare. I will say, I know that Brennan does largely, is maybe a more improv heavy DM, and I know he has amazing improvisational instincts. So it might be, honestly, slightly harder to tell which way Brennan leans when it comes to like environment or character, because so much of it is improv, and a lot of improv depth comes from that interaction with your players. So it's also largely what they're interested in. But it is very funny because it's even like the fine dust and I was I've made a comment about it, but it is kind of bouncing off that character or that player interaction. Yeah. He has thought through all the environment stuff, but his players don't really engage too much with it, so he doesn't bother. It's possible. I mean, given that I have only really seen these two, but it's even like in his sort of initial descriptions. Like, regardless of what people are interested in at my table, I'm almost always describing the environments with more depth than the characters, because that is just like what is natural to me. And then I think the further or like additional depth that is collected is definitely like off of interactions with players. Yeah. We saw the table after they'd played together for a while, years if I remember correctly, so we know their interests seasonally well. That is also true. And there's an amount of like I've talked about like how players kind of train their DM and DMs train their players back. So there is there's definitely an aspect there to maybe Matt's, certain interests are more evenly spread, but he has sort of refined his DMing and his world building to suit the table a little bit better. That is incredibly possible. It's hard for me to say how much of a impact the players may or may not have had on that sort of stuff, because we're jumping in, essentially so much later. We're jumping in after they've been playing together for so long that any sort of training, quote unquote, that happened before is lost to the wind a bit. Brandon doesn't have a lot of time to develop his game world, so he's probably best that he's more improv heavy. That's fair. Brandon has someone who builds the maps for him, and he does have target maps to work into, so he's even improv with a slight handicap. Yeah. I mean, all actual plays, I think, are improving with a handicap. I think to be an actual play, you have to be a better improver, a better group of improvers than the traditional table. And that goes especially if you're in like a limited series environment like Age of Umbra or Fantasy High. What's up? We're back and we're into it. Let's go.
Much better.
Much better. Shall we?
Yes, let's.
Kiki, what do you think? Are we staying here for the night? Or, I mean, we just got here. It's the middle of the day, isn't it?
Can we tree stride again today?
Yeah, we can.
We
Tree
meeting
stride.
again? You need to rest, or is it, or can we go now?
I'm good. After this, we'll probably. No, I'm good.
We tree stride, we get a ship, and then we
And
spend
then I'll
the
be
night on a ship.
resting.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I like
Like
it.
it.
Isn't that going to be fun?
Yeah.
I haven't been on a ship. Oh my. Yeah.
Are we going to do the airship or no? I guess we left the airship in Whitestone.
Well, we left technically.
Or did we leave it in Amman?
We left it in Amman.
Hopefully it's. Let's see if it's still intact.
What's wrong with a boat? We haven't been on a boat.
It's true.
I'm kind of feeling the boat.
Yeah, me
Wasn't
too.
going to vote.
You are feeling the boat over the airship.
I haven't been on a boat in a long time, and I'm feeling a little weird about an airship
Thank
right
you.
now.
But you practically sang ballads for airships for weeks.
Yeah, and we
months.
got one.
We did. We
tapped
could.
danced.
I mean, I wouldn't object to it.
So one and done, all right.
We can be regular pirates
Does
now.
this mean we can get yacht gear if we go on a boat
I'm
or
not
pirate
getting
gear?
the proper shoes.
Pirate gear!
Boat shoes? I own boat shoes.
I knew you would.
What does that
You
mean?
do?
They're great. They're
Yeah.
flat-soled. They are white. And
White.
yes, they are.
You mean like Keds? You're talking about like Keds?
No, they're boating shoes.
Boat shoes.
They're actually boating shoes. I'm embarrassed that I know exactly what you're talking
Oh,
about.
and your inventory.
Your
Of
boating
course.
shoes, I'm sure, are very white.
Yes, they are. With little leather stripes.
Yeah, they're made of leather.
Yeah.
Yes.
And a little sailor's cap.
I'm so excited.
I have a navigator's kit.
He does. Yeah, he does.
Sail.
Yeah.
A
That's my.
sextant and everything.
That is my favorite phrase in the English language. Is I have a kit for that, and somehow you
have a kit for that.
you have just doubled up on it.
Wow.
All right. So
Well, that's fun.
you find your way back to the edge of the valley to the same tree that you made your transfer plants through.
I do the touristy thing to him again on the way out,
Pointing out.
like I do.
You make your way to the tree.
here.
What's your destination tree?
Our keep, Gray Skull Keep Garden Tree.
Okay.
Sorry, I took a while
I imagine
find
you say
my
all that
brain.
as you touch the tree.
God, it's been a long 3 weeks.
Quiet,
Basically,
Rex.
you transport.
Love it.
You transport from the outskirts of Terra, find your way back to Grey Skull Keep, and walking towards Iman proper. You can see now, even from the distance as you approach the walls, some of the larger buildings, the higher towers and structures that just barely peek over the wall, you can see are already in the process of repair. You can see
that's
teams of people in the, currently trying to rebuild and restructure as you enter from the southern gates of the city and enter the streets. It's more lively than you've ever seen it. People are returning. People are coming back and reclaiming what remains of their homesteads. Many of them still intact without problem. The damage was extensive, but not universal in the city. And so I'd say there's still a good 60% to 70% of the city that is mostly without damage. There are areas that are just destroyed. But even those, people are picking up, reclaiming. There appears to be a process of a memorial being constructed on the outskirts of the cloud top to remember those who fell in the battle for Iman. There is also the skyport, which is in the outskirts of the cloud top, and up there you can see the skyship Dira. However, it looks to have sustained a severe amount of damage in the battle and is in the process of also receiving its own repairs.
Oh, I hope Captain Damon's all right.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
He's so dreamy.
Heartthrob Damon.
He's just gotten a little scar.
Oh,
There
the
you go.
perfect scar.
Now he's dangerous, Damon.
He's got the he's got the Harrison Ford.
Is this the Harrison Ford, or is it the scar right below the cheek so that when he cries it hits the scar?
I mean, either way, you can make it work, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so what do you
It's
guys
like a
do?
little pachinko machine of pain.
Run like a canal.
Got me hanging up top.
Really good.
Pike's here, right? She's in the city.
Pike is in the city somewhere. You can do a pounder. You don't know where she is.
Because I imagine she would have good recommendations on good
Boats.
crews and boats.
Ooh.
So let's try and find Pike.
Didn't you just say good crew? She just said to find a good crew.
Find a good crew.
She wouldn't maybe not know necessarily.
Would Pike know if there's a good crew? Let's save 10 minutes on finding Pike. Would Pike know if there's a good
Say no, Matt. Man, like, I don't, and this is, I kind of put it in the note stock earlier. This is the weird thing about Pike, is that Pike is a player character, but she's also an NPC. Like, I make a lot of jokes about Pike being a guest PC. She's not. Like really and truly, they don't treat her like a guest PC. When Ashley is not there to play her, they treat Pike like Allura or Gilmore. And I understand why, but I do think because it is a character. Let's take off the prefix words. It's a character within the world that they have a very close relationship with, that they have a lot of trust with. And Vox does not have that with a lot of characters within the world. And because she is so frequently gone, but also so frequently close by, like she is still within the fiction, pretty much a member of Vox Machina in a way that like a lot of the other guest PCs aren't. Yeah, and I think Crazy's going towards this. Yeah, like they do similar stuff with Zara and Kashaw, but it's most evident with Pike. And I think one of the reasons is because Pike is more in fiction connected to them compared to Cash and Z. And so it is just, but it then puts Matt in a position where he has to role play Pike much more often, which leads us into something that we've talked about before of like Matt's Pike feeling incredibly different to Ashley's Pike. And that's not really something I blame Matt for at all. And I don't blame the players here for asking about that. I mean, if Vox Machina is nothing if not tribal, and so them wanting to go ask one of their most trusted allies for advice rather than just some schmuck on the dock, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think that just, and maybe they're all just cool with it, which is, you know, super duper possible. I just feel mostly a lot of like awkwardness and dissonance around the two Pikes. And so that is, if I'm DMing in that situation, I want to resolve that. Like, I'm not happy with that as a DM. And so I would probably just have a conversation with my players. Like, especially Marisha and Matt. Like, you could easily on the way home be like, hey, like, don't, you know, I don't know if I want to roleplay Pike all that much. Well, Ashley's not here. And I'm sure that Marisha would be like, oh, yeah, makes totally. Like, I don't think there would be any sort of like beef around it. It's clearly something that Matt is either cool with or just like hasn't consciously thought about. But man, is it. So I guess from the GM advice angle, if you also find the two Pikes to be something that kind of puts you off a little bit, I think it's just an above the table thing. Like, you can put Pike in all of these situations, you can make in fiction contrivances, but when it comes to actually like them go seeking out Pike to talk to her, I think that's just something you have to talk to the players about and just be like, hey, I get why, but I don't really like role-playing her, and so like you guys talking to her while Ashley's not here means that I have to, and all this sort of stuff. That would be the angle I would go down with it. Clearly, you know, Matt, again, either just isn't consciously thinking about it, or it doesn't bother him, and so more power to him, you know? Matt and Pike points you to a good crew and just continue. Respect Ashley's character decision. Respect that Ashley is not here. Yeah. I know Keyleth once asked Pike because she has experience on the sea, but so does Percy. Yeah. He would also technically know about good crews. Yeah. So, you know, it doesn't, it's not the worst thing in the world if they're all fine with how it plays out. But from the like average table perspective, I think this is maybe a dissonance that like the average table wouldn't like. But I'm not super confident on that, so take it with a grain of salt.
Pike had one crew that she traveled with on the ocean.
They're all dead. They're not dead. They just left her.
Yeah. But that crew, I will say for the sake of time, is not currently docked at Iman.
Okay.
She was busy doing push-ups on that cruise.
One-handed.
Let's go to the docks, you guys.
To the docks.
You find yourself at the western docks of Iman.
For the dirks.
For the dirt.
Dirty Dirks.
You You hear the familiar sound of seagulls and other water-based fowl mixed with the creaking of wood from large ships that are all making their way in and out of this rather large port here on the side of the Osmond Sea. You can see there's a lot of goods coming into the city now, as a lot of heavy orders have come from nearby villages to transport goods as part of the recovery, both from the south from the Mornset, as well as things that were too large to carry by cart from Singorn, and have been kind of coming up along the coast, avoiding Dagger Bay and making their way up to Amman. There are a number of individuals around, and who would want to spearhead the investigation
I'm not good at
into seeking?
investigating.
I'll go.
Investigating.
Well, investigation check.
Me too, me too. What can I do? Ooh.
Looks good.
19?
18. Oh, you've done me
Oh,
a
about one.
All right. Asking about for a while, you eventually, people point you in the direction of what appears to be an individual named Dockmaster Aban.
Dockmaster Oban?
Aban.
Ooh,
A-B-B-A-N.
A-B-B-A-N.
You're eventually led to this individual who, pointed out, is dressed simply at first glance. The clothing he wears is just a plain white, billowing shirt. Nice tailored pants and some boots that kind of go just up to the mid-calf. Dark kind of brown-red skin, completely shaved, smooth, bald, shining in the sun. No facial hair, with piercing blue-gray eyes. As soon as you begin to approach, he's finishing conversation. Someone turns to you and flashes the brightest of white smiles and goes, "Hello! You look like you're looking for some help or an aid of something? Yes? No?
Yes.
You're staring at me. What do you want?"
I don't know if you've noticed, but the city has just been saved.
I have noticed it, strangely
Yes.
enough. I've watched it be saved, and...
Yes, then you maybe saw us in the fray. And now, after saving this beautiful city, we're on our way to the middle of the fucking sea. Would somebody be able to take us?
Well, are you looking for to purchase a vessel?
No. To rent a crew of well-seasoned sailors who know their way around the ocean.
I guess it really depends on the size of the vessel you're taking. What ship do you have?
We're looking to... I'm cutting in first.
Sure, done.
Charter, dear, charter. You're looking to charter.
We're looking to charter a ship.
Okay.
I just need so much from you, you know.
Well, this is
just... And where are you traveling?
No, please.
That's complicated.
Well, just very close to Hespit, actually, not far. Very far
How
southwest.
close to the Hespits?
We're hoping for a bit of a discount for the group that is responsible for this city still existing.
She's much better at this than
you. Give it a second, please. Doubting Thomas.
I apologize. I did not follow this train of thought. Discount?
Do your fucking thing. Whatever. I didn't roll any kind of a check. I just got shat upon, but whatever. Do your thing. And I walk off.
I don't think the dice were necessary.
I do. They're necessary all the time. All the time, except when it comes to me. Go. Do your thing. Do your thing. I'm gone.
No, okay. Vax walks away before he finishes his point, and doesn't get to make his roll.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Whatever, Matthew. Whatever. What roll?
All right.
We'll never.
Hey, look, bro. It happens. I think that I think that Liam is appropriately pointing out something that does happen. I'll claim to have done this before. Sometimes you unequally apply roles to different players, especially if, said players engage in a particular type of activity more or less. So, if someone is bartering or haggling or, doing face type stuff more often, you're going to want to inject some challenge into it. You know what I'm saying? And if someone does it less often, I think it is pretty natural to inject less challenge into that because it's a little unique. And just go more off of their roleplay. I think this is a very natural thing that DMs naturally do. And I think there's an advantage to it of you allow people to participate in activities that they don't typically, without any of the friction of mechanics. I think it's a very justifiable DMing strategy. And for things that they take more interest in, they are also naturally going to align their character along those lines, both mechanically and roleplay-wise. So, if people are really frequently engaging in an activity like Vex with haggling, I think it makes a lot of sense to mechanize that more than you would for a different character. That said, it can lead to this sort of situation that Liam is pointing out, where, like, inherent to that strategy is the unequal application of roles. It is not necessarily following the GM guidance, which only tells you to roll based on the type of action being taken. It has nothing to do with the character taking that action. So this strategy, while I think it is defensible and has some good value to it, is directly against the GM guidance, and it is for a reason, because it can feel unfair. It can feel unfair, especially if you have mechanical ways to manipulate dice in a way that you might not be able to manipulate, just basic roleplay. Sans dice. So if Matt does not offer Liam the opportunity to roll for haggling, Liam can't use his luck. Liam can't use Rogue Stroke of Luck. I don't know if they're high enough level for him to have that yet. I think that's 18, and maybe they're at 17? Wait, no, this is... What the fuck? 16, 17, 18. Yeah, 18, 17. Anyways, so they're close to that. But there are ways for characters to mechanically interact with checks. And if you don't give them a check that you would have given to someone else, then, they're missing out on that opportunity to play out their character build. Especially if their character build has anything to do with manipulating dice. Thinking Portent from Divination Wizard. Obviously Lucky, Rogue Stroke of Luck. These things are all things that are specifically meant to kind of bypass what your character is naturally good at. They're all meant to emulate this luck aspect, which is, like I said, totally separate from what your character naturally partakes in, which has some friction and kind of butts up against that GMing strategy. So it's interesting. It's a very interesting moment, Liam didn't have the patience to go through the huddle that Laura usually goes through. Well, that is also fair. From the outside, Laura's negotiations, or Vex's negotiations, could absolutely feel less involved than they are if you're actually participating in them, right? It might be that Laura and Matt have a feel on, like, how long Laura has to haggle before she'll get a roll, essentially. That Liam just doesn't have that feel for. So from the outside, it could feel like, well, she proposes something ridiculous and then he gives her a roll. Even though when you're actually experiencing it, it doesn't actually kind of fall out that way. But that's something that might be harder to kind of clock from the outside. Yeah. I think the point Matt makes is valid. Vax's approach was a couple steps ahead of the anticipated check. The NPC was still trying to understand what they wanted. True. It just felt so abrupt for him to start haggling while they were trying to describe where they want to go. Maybe that's why they were dismissive of him. I mean, I think there are all sorts of ways that this can be that we can kind of go down that justification that I think are, valid directions to go down. But I do think that there is a bit of a deeper, and to your guys' point, in the strategy that I'm talking about of, giving more roles to a player that, participates in an activity more, that player is also going to have a better intuition for what procs a roll. So, Liam does not have the intuition for like at what point to proc a roll, which frankly is kind of interesting fiction. Like it is a little bit of a representation of experience. Of like, you need to know, you have to, have an amount of experience participating in that activity to even know like when you're at the point where things could go one way or the other, right? And those are things that Liam also doesn't have. But from the outside, that's harder to notice. I think to compare it to something that Liam would have more intuition on, I think Liam has a much better intuition on when checking for traps is needed and necessary versus a lot of the other players. We can even somewhat see it in when Vex dies. Although she was trying to check for traps, but Percy was not, because he doesn't have that built-in intuition. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Asking for a discount without any context, even with a persuasion check at that point, would be a bit rushed. Yeah. Well, and it's this difference in understanding of what the persuasion check is even meant to accomplish. Vax mostly sees, or not Vax, well, Vax and Liam mostly see the inputs and outputs, right? That's probably what's going to stick in his head the most. Are the inputs and the outputs of any given haggling scene. So all he really, probably remembers is they go in, they start the conversation, and then at some point, Vex asks for something more than is reasonable. There's a roll, and she either gets it or she doesn't. The nuance of how that occurs is a little bit harder to remember if you're not participating in the activity. Yeah. I want to buy an item and also add a discount. Discount on what? Yeah. You're totally right. It's a understandable frustration when so often rolls are immediate. Yeah. I wonder how much of it was Laura was in the middle of her own RP persuasion check and you butted into this F off. Maybe it's very possible that is the case as well. That like maybe they were even at the appropriate point in the conversation where Vex might have gotten a roll, but Vax didn't because he hadn't been participating as thoroughly as she had. Yeah. It also fits Vex's character. It's been her thing for a while. Liam had Vax try it without the RP effort. I would have wanted to see a bit more before asking for a roll. I think that's totally fair. Yeah. So it's it's interesting. I think it's a very discrete example on how the frequency of rolls can feel to different parties participating in it. I'm sure that to Liam, there is like a very discrete moment at which you ask about traps, right? There are very like obvious tells that him and Matt have kind of developed, at which point like traps and asking about them might be necessary. Whereas all of the other players at the table might just tell you, yeah, you ask about traps like when you go through a doorway. Or something, something very simplistic like that because they, don't have the experience there. So I think, again, it's a very defensible jamming tactic, but it's also hard to directly explain from the outside and in the moment without getting into like very nitty gritty details. Yeah. I hate to say it, but it feels like a diet version of I cast telekinesis on the arrow. Well, and that's honestly, I think that's a good thing to bring up in this conversation of also, we haven't talked at all about what help looks like within a scenario and within a scene. What setup actions look like, to borrow a term from Daggerheart and Blades. What team ups look like, Should Liam have said, like, I want to try and support her on any persuasion rolls that she makes? Maybe. that is a... Because the telekinesis on the arrow is essentially trying to ensure success, but the reason that it feels weird is it essentially turns the arrow, it turns the shot into the equivalent of throwing a rock, right? It turns it into this very unskilled thing by overcompensating with the assistance. Especially when the arrow shot seemed to be just fine on its own. Now, I do think it still is distinct from the telekinesis arrow, given that, she hadn't already rolled incredibly well. It wasn't like he's jumping in after she had the roll. They were still in the middle of the setup. But there is certainly a level there to, like, multiple people participating in a scene like this, especially a role-playing scene, a social encounter, you might say, where there isn't as strict of like a turn order as in something like combat. If someone is jumping into the middle, do they have to make their own progress, or should they be able to jump in and potentially get like a persuasion roll off of the introduction and off of the like point that we're at in the conversation with another player? If you're using like a combat comparison, well, yeah, the HP is the HP. Just because I'm jumping in on a later turn doesn't mean, the other person has not already dealt damage. But that doesn't feel quite right compared to social. Or does it? I don't know. It's tough to say. My Vax fatigue was at the highest at this point in my first C1 binge. Fair enough. Yeah, no. But it's certainly, it's a very interesting point to dissect. I'm gonna move on, but that's a point I think you could dissect for an entire Critical Role Demystified. is that singular moment and how it kind of plays into a lot of different social dynamics at the table, and the dynamic between story and game, between the way that GMs sort of sometimes change the rules for different players, how things look. That's very interesting.
He gets very embarrassed when he talks about how much we've saved. Humble creature.
Oh, I'm still very confused here. You're asking for a discount. Why? Because the city was saved. Yes?
Oh, well, I wasn't. Of course not.
Look, I don't know who you are. I don't know what you're trying to do here. But we're in the process. We're in the process of trying to recover the economy of what was once a very strong economy of a town that has been under attack. Now, we cannot offer discounts to anybody because right now we're all in financial dire straits.
Understandable.
So if you're going to ship, if you're going to move, if you're going to charter, if you're going to purchase, it's going to have to be here.
We're looking to charter a ship full of sailors who can get us to a circular reef to the southwest near the Hespit.
Captain Adela. That would be your best bet. Now, and he kind of points off to the end of one of the nearest docks. There's two that are close by, and there's a long row of various ships that are in the process of being loaded and unloaded. But there appears to be one sailing ship. They have some galleys and long ships alongside, but there's a sailing ship with the sails currently tied up and bound to the mast, and a crew that is lounging on the deck. There is a woman towards the edge of this walking past and discussing. You can not make out a lot of details from this point, but he points over. That is Captain Adela. She will be able to help you.
Thank you so much, Dockmaster.
Of course. Now, if you wish to charter, speak with her, let you know that the Dockmaster is the one that brought you to that point, and all shall be well.
Wonderful.
All right. Good luck. Travel safe.
Should we Percy, do we tip him? I don't know how this works.
No, I think we do not tip him.
Oh, okay.
Can I just ask before we leave, how much are the ships that are for sale?
Oh, well, it depends on the ship that you're looking for. For a long ship, no crew, of course, which is fairly decent speed, requires maybe 30 to 40 rowers and a handful of deckhands. That would run you about 10,000 gold pieces.
Oh, that's it?
What?
That's a long
Just
ship.
let me ask the important questions. You're retired. If I wanted a ship that had, like, let's say, like, this many sails and it came with a crew, how much would that be about?
Like, are you talking about a fully outfitted galleon?
Yeah, that.
Yes, you are.
I would put that, well, I mean, the crew you'd have to pay whatever they're asking. But for the actual ship, general asking price can range somewhere in the neighborhood of around 35,000 to 40,000 gold pieces.
That's what I thought. Yep.
Right.
Thank you.
Obviously a man of the world.
Do you want a galleon dog?
These dock pretzels are amazing.
He's literally picking up dried pieces of seagull poop.
I was just saying
Grog, it's not like free peanuts at the tavern.
That was so gross.
They're really crunchy.
The profile of
Oh my
There's
god.
protein in everything. Everything.
Well, let's go get a ship.
Oh my god. Wow. We could seriously buy a ship.
We could.
But we have no need for a ship.
What are we going to do when we're done with it?
I know, right?
Oh, really?
We've got to be frugal, even though we don't have to be.
We
should be.
It's not even frugal. This is just what you do once you have money.
Exactly.
You only buy things you need, and you just lease everything else. It's very, very common.
All right.
This is very true.
That's true. As you guys walk to the edge of the aforementioned dock that was pointed out, you come to the outskirts of this larger sailing ship, and as you begin to walk up and your foot falls clack, clack, clack into the dock, a couple of the deckhands that are kind of leaning off to the side, kind of just looking up. One of them appears to be kind of taking a hit off of a flask of some kind. Both hear the footfalls and get up and turn around and spin, look. Captain! Captain! And they kind of point over, and the coat-wearing figure that you saw walking across the deck of the ship spins around and begins to abruptly quicken her pace in the direction of the gangplank that leads off onto the side of the dock. As she kind of comes up to the edge, reaching and grabbing the sides of it, you see before you a woman with long, sea air tattered mass of hair. It is just this halo of crimped, curled and wild dark hair. There's also been sun bleached to the point where the tips kind of go light. It is crazed in appearance immediately as she arrives. She looks spry and somewhat young, maybe late 20s, early 30s, but her skin has been very heavily weathered from all these days at sea, and you can see already she's getting these kind of crow's nests at the corner of her face, but has a very bright smile, and her light brown coat hangs just past her calf-high boots. She looks like the kind of woman who captains a ship. As she glances over, "Hi! You looking for a crew?"
You look like a pirate.
I do not look like a pirate. Why would you say that?
She meant it as a compliment.
Where do you buy your clothes?
Are you looking for a crew or not?
Why, yes, we are. I assume you're Captain Adela.
Yes? Ha ha, I see my reputation precedes me.
Yes, it does. Dockmaster Abon speaks very highly of you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know your way around the Osmet?
Quite a bit, actually, I do. Where are you looking to go?
Near the Hespit Sea? Near the Hespit? I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's right.
Sounds
Southwest.
Hespit bound.
No, we
Ish.
don't travel to the Hespit.
It's near the Hespit, not quite.
Have you stumbled upon Vesra?
Vesra I know of.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
I know of it.
All right. Goodness gracious.
We would be excited to make it worth your while.
How worth your while?
How worth
much
a while are you thinking?
Yeah.
What is your while worth, I imagine?
Well, we have a crew here, 12 deckhands, my captaining navigating skills, my first mate, and the use of the ship. That would run you,
Okay.
let's put it at 150 gold per day,
There's
chartering the ship.
There are 6 of us and a bear. The bear sleeps in jewelry. And a robot. An automaton. Can I say automaton?
He doesn't eat. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Well, this just certainly got real interesting, didn't it? All right. So, have we a deal?
150 gold a day?
That's nothing for us.
I think-
How many crew? 12? 12-man crew?
Mm-hmm.
Vexalia, we have.
No, I think that's a fair price.
All right. So,
She is such not a good negotiator. What is going on?
Hey, buddy.
Oh, sorry. I
there's a
will
lot
be
of
quiet.
inner working dynamics in this
I'll
group that you don't
be-
know anything about, so
You're
maybe
right.
just wait.
You're right.
On
I
that,
will
right?
be quiet.
That
Sorry.
sounds good.
Real quick, just gotta point it out. An example of what I'm talking about with the meta ribbing that characters can immediately react to. In this case, Sam obviously has Tyrion say this because Sam knows the history of Vex, but it is said in a way that, again, it shows his innocence, his lack of knowledge, and Vax can immediately, in fiction, be like, hey, stop it! Shut the fuck up, Terry. And that is my favorite. And I think I will say the best kind of meta ribbing. So totally separate from that. Yeah. Holy shit. I was as taken aback as everybody. It's so cool that Matt roped in Laura to play Raishan both his mix. Yeah. Oh man, that's good.
So pleased.
Fine, you found yourself a leader, a captain, and a partner.
Shakes your hand.
So,
Honestly, I feel
that's what you say. Crazy waterfolk. Who am I to judge? But yes, 6 to 7 days travel. Let's see, depending on the weather, of course. Storms are common this time of year. Do keep in mind, we will be passing north of the Hespit, so be wary of any wandering bandit ships.
bandit ships.
Not pirates.
Or pirates, you can call them
Oh,
pirates as
which
well,
you
but we already had that
definitely-
conversation.
And you are definitely not
Nope,
a pirate.
not anymore.
Nope. You just look really cool.
What kind of weapons you got on this ship?
Oh, we've got some ballista. Well, we travel with speed.
Oh, it's a fast ship.
What do you mean? You got nothing.
Oh, we don't need weapons. We are weapons.
We're weapons.
We're the most deadly thing in this land.
How often do sea monsters sprout up on you? Ever? I've never been on the sea.
Often enough.
Often enough.
We have. We were just way high above it.
Well, yeah, not like in it.
Oh, that's true. We haven't been above
Yeah.
it.
Actually, that's a good question. How many of us have actually been on a ship before?
I'm afraid of getting nauseous, actually.
Am I really? Come on.
I had
You
a
had boat
boat.
shoes.
I had a boat in one of my larger baths that I would take at night, and it would go on epic adventures through the bubbles, but never quite at sea.
What was the boat's name?
The boat was the SS. That's it.
Even better than I could have possibly imagined.
That's adorable. Well, welcome to my ship. She is called the Drinsalavis.
That's such a cooler name.
Possible to spell.
It is Marquesian for luck of the mother.
Ooh.
Treat her well, and she'll treat you well in kind. Respect my crew, respect my authority, respect our direction, and we'll do just fine. So, to the crazy water people, welcome on board. Drinsalavis.
Do we need anything? Do we need anything?
Did you just say crazy water people?
Too many mother luckers.
Let's do it.
I don't think we need anything.
I think as long as the ship is prepared and has everything stocked, everything it needs, I think we're just
I've got a couple
reasonable.
canisters of underwater breathing that nobody else has.
Yeah.
You can,
Oh shit.
we
You can
don't need
And I have the
it.
remnants of
water.
several bottles of liquor. I'm
I
quite
will
pleased.
come sit back with some water breathing stuff. I think we can do it to like 8
There you
people
go.
for like an hour or something like that. Some jazz.
That'll help in the middle of the ocean.
That'll definitely help. Yeah.
Do you think that Raven's slumber is like waterproof?
You imagine the enchantment probably is
No.
waterproof.
I would hate to like little baby mini trinket in there gets like drowned or something if I'm underwater.
You don't want to drop your iPhone in the toilet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or the bathtub.
About what time of day is it right now?
What do you mean?
Right now it's a little bit past, maybe, it's probably 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Shouldn't we like go out early in the morning?
Why?
Isn't that what you do? You like set sail.
You can sail all night while
I
we
want to
sleep
sleep on
on
a
the ship.
ship. It's gonna be like a 7-hour.
When you're going to get to sleep on a hammock, Rob. There'll be a
It's
hammock.
only like a 3-hour tour.
Terry, that would. What is that
No,
in
no,
reference
I'm not
to?
even dignifying that with
Come on,
with
Dan,
Rowan.
you're with me.
That was
I
just
mean,
that was
it
not
would
even.
make for the
expect better of you.
a good beginning of a chapter to set out at dawn.
That is true. Poetically, it would be nice,
can just
but
write
I
to
am
set out
eager to get my adventuring on LEB, so I am eager to go.
All right, yeah,
Little elf boy.
okay.
LEB, little
I'm
elf
fine
boy.
with that.
Adela,
Yes?
is your crew? Oh, been on the sea a little long. Is your crew ready to go, or would it be better to set sail in the morning?
Well, we leave at your leisure, but we're not against the idea of a raucous final evening at the local tavern.
How many beds do you have on that
To
ship?
get her drunk. Is that true?
I
Is
mean,
that what's happening?
We've really been through the shit, so I'm not opposed. Just saying.
Not including from my crew, we have bunks for at least 15 other passengers.
Bunks?
Okay.
Or rooms? I mean, obviously you don't have rooms.
Between the bunks, 6 rooms.
How many bunks per room?
2 or 3, depending.
That's
All right.
weird.
No,
No,
it's
it's quite
totally doable.
No, it's weird.
No, it's quite common.
I disagree.
I think it's perfectly fine.
Well, you're fucked.
Let's just
fine.
go.
Yeah, fuck it.
Good. Grab your things on the ship. Let's set sail.
Starts getting off orders. Your crew seems to now kind of come to life, and they're starting to go ahead and start pulling up anchor. They're starting to get the sails ready. You already can feel kind of the spray of the water as the tide's coming in. Now the water's starting to get a little choppier as it's hitting up against the side of the docks and the shore end.
A sea voyage. This is unprecedented. Doty, take down every word of anyone saying anything ever on this whole trip. This is amazing. I'm so excited.
Doty stops for a second, leans back, and starts scribbling furiously at anything that he can pick up with an earshot.
Terry, staring off into the distance, shat his pants, crying into his poo.
Okay, all right. So, Zing,
He
you
pauses
got
and
me.
notices a tiny member between his legs.
You're smarter than I thought, you.
No, I'm as smart as you thought I was.
Eventually, the ship disembarks and begins making its way further out into the water, just as the sun begins to set into the slightly orange, purple, and dark blues of the end of daylight. You can see the various lights in Iman come on, especially towards the dock, as the night comes to life. And out to the opposite side, with the sparse clouds that are scattered in the distance, the ship picks up the winds and pushes with guiding speed out to the southwest into the depths of the Osmit Sea. And that's what we'll pick up next session.
As our ship sinks slowly in the west. We've been so well.
It just slowly sink.
I finally get to use the Ocean Voyage audio.
Ocean Voyage!
Ocean voyage!
Awesome.
I love an ocean voyage.
It took some interesting turns tonight.
Now we learn how shitty cruises are.
I love ships. Ships are great.
Everybody's vomiting.
Pretty much.
I think I'm the only character who
Pretty
spent time on a boat at this point.
Well,
Just been on a
Pike.
ship. And Pike's safe. Well,
Pike's on here.
on a boat.
Yeah, Pike's still back on now. Ashley, come back to us.
I know.
Blind spot, stop filming. You finished your season, right?
Almost.
So close.
Getting there. We'll get her back. Guys, thank you so much.
What an episode.
Ridiculous fucking people. We're gonna pick up next week as you head deeper into the Osmit Sea towards Vestra. Thank you again, Loot Crate, for being our awesome sponsors this evening. Fantastic. The rest of you guys, rest well, sleep well, and is it
I'm gonna
Thursday?
kill you in the morning.
Is it Thursday yet? Woo! All right. Look at that. Mega finishes before 4:30. Yeah, man. I mean, we went a little bit over halfway last stream. And, I mean, frankly, not a lot happened this episode. This was a big setup sort of thing, which, you know, I'm not going to blame them too much for taking their time as players or as DM. It's maybe not entertainment that I find particularly compelling, but I still think it's very a decent D&D. You got to have slow sessions sometimes. It's been a few slow sessions in a row. I guess two. And both of those have been very Terry focused. So maybe actually it's fine. Actually, was it even 2 slow sessions? Actually, no. Last session was the Bard's Lament. I could give them 1 session, no matter how long it feels to me doing this series. They had like 1 real slow session, yeah. So they're allowed that, fine. But, yeah. So close to Ashley being back. Ashley. I'm excited for Ashley. Yeah. I felt like Matt definitely wanted to move them faster, but I guess the players need it more than he expected. Yeah, and that happens sometimes, you know. I definitely don't blame Matt for the few times that he seemed to kind of be moving things along. But I do think that was largely producer Matt. I think, you know, DM-wise, DM Matt, I don't think if they had been playing at a home table, I don't think Matt would have been as... This is obviously speculation. But I don't think he would have been quite as, you know, trying to move them along in a very fair way. Because they've been going for a while. They had the Bard's Lament. They had all the Chroma Conclave. Like, the last few sessions, the last little run, has been very intense, very emotionally taxing. So I definitely understand them going slower, them having some RP, you know, bar scenes, drinking scenes, what have you. I definitely get it. I think it makes a lot of sense. So I don't blame them. The first half was last episode. Last episode wasn't slow. That's fair. The romance of Jamon and Headmaster of the Earth. Sorry, yeah. Oh my goodness. How do you feel about Terry after the reveal? I know you were disappointed toward the end of last stream. You know, I won't even say I was a little all over the place. I was uncertain. I was shaken. I was stirred. Now that, you know, my emotions and my perception on him has sort of settled. I think that John phrased it well earlier. Terry feels like Sam kind of going towards executing a similar concept to Scanlan and doing it much better. I think that they have the same sort of feel, but in all of the ways that I feel like there's so many moments of Terry that I feel like if a similar moment had happened on Scanlan, I would have ended up critiquing it because Scanlan fit the bill so much worse. And I think that this sort of archetype that Sam is playing with Terry does go better when the character has this really distinct flaw to play off of, which in this case is Terry's ignorance, both of Vox Machina specifically and of the world at large. And I talked about ad nauseum with Scanlan of flaws need to be interactable. Scanlan's flaw of being a total shithead that cares about no one in his immediate vicinity, even people that he claims to care about, right? That's not a flaw that you can readily interact with as another player. But Terry being kind of a bit demeaning, very ignorant, a bit rude, those are things that the other players can easily interact with. And they allow Sam to accomplish a very similar thing on a meta level of making Terry the heel. I think that was, what Sam was kind of always meant to be, or not Sam, Scanlan was kind of always meant to be the heel, but the flaw that made him the heel was way harder to reasonably interact with in the story. Whereas Terry's flaw that make him the heel, way, way easier. So I love Terry as an expression of it feels like what Sam was kind of going for. In terms of just like his character as a whole, I'm only slightly nervous because I don't know how much we're actually going to get out of it in terms of development. I will say I'm cautiously hopeful. I'm cautiously optimistic about us getting a really cool character out of Terry. And over the course of last stream, I was really oscillating back and forth between how cool I thought Terry would end up being. And I was really uncertain about it at the end of last stream. And now I think I'm more hopeful that we'll actually get something really cool out of Terry. Yeah. Is an interesting point how Matt used Pike to steer them to the water and away from the hells. No idea how much of that was any sort of wish from Ashley. Yeah, I'm uncertain as well. I mean, it makes so much sense, not only in fiction, but also from the perspective of the hells are going to be the more dangerous of the two. And so having the extra body going to the more dangerous of the two, at least, looking from the outside, what seems like it'll be the more dangerous of the two, I think makes a lot of sense in fiction. And it makes so much sense in fiction that it does leads me to uncertainty on how much of it was a wish from Ashley, or, how much of it was pushed by meta factors as opposed to in fiction factors. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm super uncertain. It could also be, there's also the angle of Matt is potentially more prepared to run the Water Ashari, and so he had some in fiction rationale to push them towards that. That's possible. But there is such good in fiction rationale that it's hard to tell if there was any. There's such strong Watsonian reasoning that if there is any separate Doyleist reasoning, it's hard for me to identify. There easily could be, and this is just Matt sort of covering it up sounds bad, but he's just very skillfully justifying it. Or it could be purely in fiction. Like he might not care either way as the DM. He's just trying to give a realistic representation of what he thinks Pike would say. Yeah, I don't know. I would have to really purely speculate and not with a lot of strong feeling either way. Yeah. I assume Pike being a vengeance target for Hodis after getting the kill and knowing that the season was ending, so she'd be back at the table, so it made sense. I did forget about Pike being the vengeance target for Hodis. That is also very possible, yeah. Having a healer in Hell would be nice. Well, having a healer and having someone with really consistent access to radiant damage. Like, let's not pretend that a cleric is not specifically helpful in the Hells. So yeah, there's I think several layers of meta rationale, of in-fiction rationale. It's something that on basically every level, I think, makes more sense. So it's hard to tell which of those levels was really driving Matt towards the decision. Yeah. I do wonder if Matt and Ashley talked about Pike about using Pike as more of an NPC, though. I don't know. It's hard to know. It would be something that would be really interesting to get a peek into the discussions on, like a fly on the wall sort of situation, because it is such it's a situation that really flies in the face of Critical Role as an actual play. Like, I think that's one of the reasons that Pike is so interesting, is when I think about all of the pressures of an actual play. When I think about all of the things that this game being televised or, being recorded and streamed. When I think about all of the things that might pressure the cast of Critical Role to do, all of those pressures lead me towards other ways of handling Pike, other than the one that they are choosing. Every pressure I consider would pressure me to not handle Pike this way. It would lead me towards cutting Ashley from the cast, and like considering her more of a guest PC, having her on less often, like all that sort of stuff. It would lead me towards much more structured Pike things. It would lead me towards creating an in-fiction contrivance for, if she is going to be in, let's get her in really easily so that we don't waste production time of people watching on all of these in-fiction rationales for what's going on with her. If an audience is getting attached to a version of Pike, whether that is Matt's version or Ashley's version, leaning into just that version, I can't imagine that the audience is particularly loving the dual nature of Pike. Not to say that they're hating it by any means. Oh, well, we'll skip ads. We're almost done. Not to say that I think they're hating it, but I have to imagine that the audience is probably gravitating towards one version of it or another. And again, production pressures, I feel like, would lean you towards kind of picking one. And so I think it is incredibly interesting. Like the Pike dynamic of Vox Machina is particularly interesting because it flies in the face, I think, of all of that. There's clearly some motivation or some factor that is completely separate from production considerations for why they handle Pike the way that they do. And I would be fascinated to either be a fly on the wall for conversations around that, or to really be able to ask them and dig down into it. I have to imagine at this point, they probably remember, but I have to imagine that they probably have, how would you say it? I would have to imagine that they have lost a bit of like the emotion as the years have gone on. It'd probably be harder for them to recall nowadays. So it'd be so interesting to be able to talk to them about that way back then and kind of talk through like what were the motivating factors, because it seems like if the actual play's production were making the decision, like if that was the driving force, that Pike would have been handled differently. However, that ended up being. Yeah. Thoughts on a mini campaign with Pike, Karen, and Cash in the Hells? I mean, I'd love any sort of mini campaign like that. I talked about a buddy comedy between Vax and Scanlan going through the Hells. I think that could be super fun. To be fair, this is the first time thing. They aren't going to have it all figured out. Well, I think the thing that's interesting to me is that, like, they definitely, of course, they aren't going to have it all. They aren't going to have it all figured out. Of course. But the thing that is interesting to me is that it feels very motivated, right? It feels like if they were just following like the path of least resistance, that it would have ended up some other way, right? So there's clearly some motivating force that feels larger or maybe more specific than just Ashley's our friend, we want to continue playing with Ashley. Feels like there's some other confluence of motivations that probably involves that. Don't get me wrong. But it is more complicated and deeper than that would motivate them to be doing it this way. That I can't quite pin down. I mean, I can guess at it. You know, I can guess at that it is some confluence between them really wanting to continue playing with Ashley, but also being somewhat obsessed with making things with making Pike's existence within the fiction feel normal and natural, like making it feel like she is doing things, like she has, you know, specifically not wanting to build in a contrivance for her. Now, why they don't want to do that, I can only guess at. But that does seem like one of their driving motivations. And so it seems to me like a confluence between those things of wanting to play with their friend and having this real aversion towards contriving a reason for her to hop in and out. But even that feels like a shallow guess at what is probably a much more nuanced motivational blob that they actually had. And that understanding that motivational blob is the thing that I would be really, really interested in. Because, again, I can take my guess at it, but I feel like I am almost inevitably going to miss something about their real motivations there. Proves that the cast are really close friends. If they cared more about making the story better or financial gain, they would have cut her from the campaign, but she is their friend, and that would have been a shitty thing to do to your friend. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think it depends on... How do I say it? It depends on what your friend wants, right? Like, that is also assuming a layer to this that Ashley really wanted to continue playing in this. Regardless of what form that took, right? And regardless of what that meant for Pike in the meantime, like what that meant for the character. And that's why, again, I say that what, like we can take a guess at like surface level rationale, but like we are only guessing and presupposing based on what we can see. We don't really know their kind of underlying thought processes. Because yes, Ashley seems like she is very excited to be there, but like I can say from my perspective, I would not want to play Pike in this game. Like, no matter if I was in Ashley's shoes and the success of Critical Role had been as it is, I would not want to be Ashley in this game. Like, I would not want to play Pike in Pike's current position. So it's hard for me to know. Like, is Ashley's mindset different than mine? Is Ashley neutral on it and the rest of the cast just really, really loves that? And so Ashley is, like, willing to go along with it, essentially? Like, Ashley doesn't care one way or the other? Like, she'll have fun while she's there, but she's not really chomping at the bit to be there. Like, I don't know. I don't think any of us know if one of the driving motivations of Ashley being at the table is Ashley, the cast, or both. I don't know. Either one of those parties could be neutral on it, and we would still get the same behavior that we witness, right? So I don't know. I think they already started handling Pike a certain way that they didn't want to change it halfway through. Maybe. If Ash didn't want to play, she wouldn't be texting the crew while she's not there. No. And that's what I'm saying is, like, I don't think there's a situation where Ashley didn't want to play. But there are more options than just did or didn't. And that specific nuance, like, coalescence is the thing that I'm interested in. I think the Skype call shows that Ashley does at least want to play with her friends. And see, this is again where coming from my perspective, I don't think it necessarily shows that. Because I will often get on to a call with my friends at times that really don't work for me, or like the other day, I was really exhausted after the Daggerheart stream. But I still got on and hung out with my friends because I hadn't gotten on and hung out with my friends in a little while, and I just wanted to see them. I didn't particularly care about what we were doing, but I was fine with what we ended up doing. Like, we ended up playing a little bit of Lethal Company and Marvel Rivals. I was completely neutral on the details of what we ended up doing. So what I'm saying is that there's a wider spectrum of motivation that Ashley and or the cast could have than might be clear from the outside. If they unceremoniously wrote her out like Tiberius, the fandom might have treated her like Tiberius or thought her situation was compared to Orion. Maybe. I mean, that would be something that I would be incredibly interested to hear from Matt. Like, I think that would be fascinating if it's like, yeah, like, that's how we viewed the fandom at that point. We were making decisions with, like, that really in mind of we didn't want Ashley to be treated like Orion. Because we were already planning on having her back for C2, and like we had different plans for C2. Like, this is what I'm talking about with like the details of like, I would be fascinated to hear that sort of thing. You know? Ashley is the most well-known actor amongst the cast. She didn't need CR fame at this point. Yeah. I mean, I definitely, I would be doubtful that Ashley's motivations are selfish here. Yeah. And when Ashley got a network TV on-camera gig, they were not willing to let her go. Yeah, I don't know. But it's very it is a fascinating thing, especially when I know that they do handle her different in C2. I don't know how they handle her in C2. Like Ashley's in and out nature. But I would really, really be fascinated with the dynamic there of why was it different for C2? Was it just that you didn't want to change it halfway through, but your motivations had changed halfway through C1? Or was it we didn't think about it at all for C1. We just kind of kept doing what we were doing. And then when we were preparing for C2, we actually took a hard critical look at it and had those more detailed thoughts. Like, just from a production standpoint, I would be fascinated on the timeline of those sorts of things of, did your motivations change at this point, but you just kept going, or did they change later? good as someone that makes a show that has had things change over time, it would be very, very interesting to me to know exactly when and how those things changed and why. Yeah. But anyways, I think I will leave it there because I have to pee. And I will be back soon. I think in terms of the 4th of July schedule, I think we're still gonna do we're still gonna do Age of Umbra on Wednesday unless something weird happens. You know, we obviously have the flexibility to push it to next Wednesday because there's no new episode. If that happens, I will put out an announcement about it, both on the YouTube community posts and in the Discord. I don't foresee that happening. I want to do Age of Umbra this week, and then we'll just take off next Wednesday. That is at least my current plan. I will let you know if something changes. And you do stream on Fridays. I do stream on Fridays. That is true. Is 4th of July on a Friday? I don't know when it actually is. Oh, yeah, it is. Look at that. Yeah, I'll be live on Friday. Unless something... I mean, I guess I'll think about it. I don't foresee... The only thing that might change about Friday is I might try to do something earlier in the day. Like instead of at the 2:30 Friday time, maybe I'll try to pull it earlier in the day because most fireworks are going to be at night. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah. As of right now, assume that neither of the schedules are changing. Age of Umbra at 2:30, Critical Role or Critical Eyes at 2:30. And then, but also keep in mind that both of those this week have probably a higher than average chance to change. So I wouldn't take off work for either of them. I wouldn't plan too heavily because either one of those are definitely open to changing. Because I didn't think about the fact that like normally Fridays go pretty late, definitely into when fireworks would start, and the dogs do hate the fireworks. Well, they don't hate the fireworks. It's not too bad. But they dislike when I stream. They would much rather me not be streaming. So that combined with the fireworks... We'll have to see. I might have to take Friday off, and maybe we'll do it on Thursday or Saturday. And then if I'm doing it on Thursday, maybe I won't want to do Age of Umbra. We'll see. Yeah, you just need to be done with stream before sunset. Yeah, which is doable if I do it earlier in the day. I'll think about it. No schedule change as of now, but... keep it. We'll see. But I will let you know. We will see. And I will see you all at some point. See you then. Bye-bye. Have a good one. Goodbye. Have a good one. Goodbye.